Yeah, I mentioned the fact that Matthew Foster was the fuller between the two in terms of length. But just looking at that delivery from Fionn Hand, if that could pretty much be his stock area in terms of the length, it would be fantastic for him, because even though it was still a touch outside of the awesome, it was simply the length that forced Kevin Anderson to have a play at it.
Punched into the cover region, but well cut off to complete the over. Another maiden over, 77 for 2. That's West Indies Academy in pursuit of Island Academy's first innings of 213. Yes, and the West Indies Academy boys, both Anderson and Bishop, just need to show the patience, diligence that they're showing at the moment. Foster about to start a new over. That's well left by Bishop, just moving away. Outside he's off stump.
Yeah, it's that area from which Matthew Foster causes his problems. But yeah, definitely will be a period that requires a decent amount of concentration to start off the morning. Yes, both batters were playing quite easily yesterday and quite fluently as well. But we want to ensure that they don't provide an opportunity for an early breakthrough for emerging Ireland simply because you have a mistake, because it pretty much opens back up the day. Not the biggest of totals in terms of a first innings for emerging Ireland with 213 on the board, but at the same time,
Yes, just to keep their composure as Bishop is doing here. They just play the balls that need to be played. Leave the other ones alone until you get yourself set, because there's still 136 to wipe off. So as you quite rightly said, Joel, a couple of wickets here for Ireland would certainly bring them right back into the match.
oh, absolute peach of a delivery there from Matthew Foster. I said he was, for the most part, the one that was a bit fuller. He was the one that causes the problems, or rather caused more problems.
Yeah, just straightened up on Teddy Bishop on that occasion. Well bowled.
He actually had a very loud shout with a very similar delivery yesterday to Teddy Bishop as well. Thinking that they all got the edge. Umpire decided not. Well, that's the end of another over for the morning. It's 77 for 2.
Yes, quiet start here at Coolidge. The West Indies Academy, Bishop and Anderson. It's looking to restart, get back into their innings. It's been a good partnership so far, 11 for 2, now 77 for 2. Quite similar to the Irish innings where they lost a couple of early wickets. Turned nicely off the hip by Anderson, and a sprawling dive by Foster on the fine leg boundary restricts it to 2.
Yeah, first runs off the bat for the morning.
Good delivery right in behind it, defended onto the offside by Anderson. Beautiful day here. Coolidge, Antigua, slight breeze blowing. Lovely day to come and watch the cricket if you're in the area. Do come down. The future stars of West Indies cricket and Ireland for that matter.
Squares him up. But fortune favors Kevlon Anderson.
Yes. Travelling down the leg side, but got the leading edge as he looked to turn that into the onside. Took the edge, but it flew between second slip and gully down to the boundary. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, closes bat face a bit too early on that occasion, Kevlon Anderson.
Better, more behind that delivery. Pushed it into mid-wicket region, no run. 83 for 2.
I just hope Fiona Hand isn't noticing the difference in terms of what's happening for him when he hits a certain length. Yeah, anything that's pretty much in that area that he's hitting, or rather hit with that particular delivery, looks relatively easy. It's a very calm surface. Batter to allow the ball to go through, might get back and just allow it to hit the middle of the bat, roll into the covers. But every time he's come up full, just a touch fuller, you've seen something happen. You've seen a close shot. You've seen a near miss. You've seen an edge.
Yeah, and especially in this over, Jolly is making the batsman play a lot more, which is good to see. But that's the over completed, so we've had 31 overs of the West Indies Academy innings, 83 for 2. Say good morning and hats off to the manual scoreboard attendees. Tough job, Joe, standing out in the hot sun all day. Not a blade of shade.
Yeah, thankfully this morning, it's not blazing, so to speak, from the heavens. Thought about one. Oh. Started today on 48, Teddy Bishop, and still there. I think back just a couple hours to the very last delivery of the day, which was a very lovely flowing drive back down the ground to get him to that mark of 48. Oh, that's going to be 50 for Teddy Bishop. It's been a very controlled innings from him. Showed patience and showed skill.
Yes, that one squirted off the outside edge, but all along the carpet. Well played, Teddy Bishop. Congratulated there by his partner, Kevlon Anderson, 50 runs. Be looking to go on with it now. But head coach Ryan Griffiths saying he's looking for hundreds from these batsmen. And looking to bat sessions.
Yeah, that certainly has to be approach for them. I guess even without the coach saying, I would hope that that is the mindset of the young batters out there in Bishop and Kevlon Anderson. They've done what you might consider to be the heavy lifting in terms of the early stages of it. Oh, that
Close.
You just wondered, was he able to get himself just a touch outside of that off stump? In fact, looks a little closer.
Close.
Looks a lot closer, in fact, especially given the type of shot and how quickly they accepted the decision of the umpire, because it's looking as good as a Sunday morning service.
Yeah, well, inside portion of the pad as well. He's called it going down, and then he's nearly chopped that one back on. So Foster troubling Bishop here in this over. Peeled off the outer portion of the bat for a couple down to the third man region, and then big shout for LBW that looked a lot closer than.
Yeah, the only other consideration now is whether or not there was a bit of bat onto it. It was by far fuller in terms of length.
You may be right, but that's what I was saying, that he looks a little languid sometimes, Bishop, when he comes or attempts to come onto that front foot. He doesn't really fully commit. If you look at Anderson, Anderson is a lot more solid in defense and knows where his off stump is. Appreciates a good delivery and is able to pull inside the line on various occasions, whereas Bishop, he's just a little languid. He just more or less lunges forward, but doesn't really commit fully forward on that front foot sometimes. Can get him in trouble, but he survives. He's on 50. Anderson 26, 85 for 2, as they say. Very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Morning to you, Terry. Anderson just opening the face of the bat and steering this down to the third man area. One thing, Terry, you can look at understand that Anderson is still learning his game, but he stays very, 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 very side on to the ball. Gets his right foot back and across, and he watches the ball right onto his eyes. He gets 2 in the process, goes to 28. Score goes up to 87 for 2. And the West Indies Men's Academy trailing by some 126 runs with fair in hand from the CIU end here in Antigua and Barbuda. No breeze. Working it into the mid-on area. And the mid-on had to go about 3-4 meters to his right and pick up. Can't stop the single. Good rotation of the strike. It now brings Teddy Bishop. His 50 came off 82 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. As we say good morning to all the folks who are viewing and even listening us all around the world. We thank you very much for supporting West Indies cricket. And couldn't help but listen to you and Joel talk about Teddy Bishop's movement. I think it's his left foot sometimes, Terry, that gets him in trouble. He's a big, tall guy. He just needs to get that stride out, especially on certain tracks that you're batting on. You've got to get forward, get onto that heel.
Yes.
When the ball is bowled short of a length, Terry, he's comfortable there because you could tell that he's practicing. Once the ball is pitched into a certain area, and the length, he doesn't quite get forward because he's so languid. He's got good bat speed that he tends to want to just whip everything. But if somebody's looking to hone after your pads, which means that they're going below your knee roll, then you have to stay a lot lower. Your base has to be lower. And that's the difference with a Kevlin Anderson.
Bouncer of the day. Thought about hooking.
He had to try through. He had to try something.
He did. But you're right, Davon. It's just like he doesn't fully commit to getting onto the front foot, so it's more of a half plant, and it gets him stuck on the crease there a bit.
If you have someone who's swinging the ball, if you had like the late Malcolm Marshall ball into Teddy Bishop, he'd be in trouble. He'd nick him off.
Definitely.
Here is Bishop whipping that one. Waterman coming into play there, into the mid-wicket area. Won't get a boundary, but if they want, they can come back for 3.
Good running.
And they come back quite easily for 3.
Keep going, Jobs, come on.
Score in the process goes up to 91. The partnership is 80 between these two. Bishop goes to 53, and Kevlin Anderson is on 29 from 70. But you can tell that Kevlin Anderson is looking for a big one. Took some time for Teddy Bishop to get going this morning. He maybe would have been worrying about trying to get to that half century, and now he's motored on, and we could see some fireworks from him. Hit the ball straight well yesterday. Here's Anderson just working this into the square leg area. He's going to get a couple more quite easily. If he wants, he can get 3. I don't think Bishop is interested in it. They're coming back for it. Good running indeed. So, complete difference. 9 runs coming out of that over. 33 overs have been bowled, and the West Indies moving on nicely. They are 94 for 2.
Yes, an excellent running there, which is what we like to see by the young academy team. Turned a couple of 2s there into 3s. And
the intent, as you rightly said, you heard Ryan Griffith, who said that he wants his batsmen to begin to score hundreds. I think that is something which the franchises, we have to start really addressing that. We just had the completion of the CG United Super 50, which is held in Trinidad and Tobago. Only 7 centuries scored. It must have been a headache for the selectors trying to figure out what's going to be happening. And out of the established white ball players, Carl Mayers, who was left out in the end, was the only player who scored 100.
Correct.
94 for 2. Spin and more spin.
Yes, spin for the first time today by the looks of it.
Don't know if you've been watching the IPL, Terry, in terms of some of the players who have been retained. We say congratulations to Nicholas Powan and Shimron Hepmeyer, Carl Mayers, the Andrew Russell and the Sunil Narayan. We'll give us some more details as the day go on. Ravman Powell, Jason Holder, Obed McCoy, Johnson Charles, Akil Hussain. They've all been released from the various franchises, so we hope they... Ramara Shepherd, he's been retained by Mumbai Indians.
Yeah, rather early he was retained, wasn't he?
He's a good boy. I still feel, Terry, and I hope that he's a proper batsman, Ramara Shepherd. He's not a hitter. He can hit the ball, but he's a proper batsman, Shepherd.
Yeah, I believe schools cricket and the early part of his career, he was a top order batsman more than a bowler.
He understands batting. He's been deemed more or less as a hitter, a finisher, but he understands batting. New bowler here. First time seeing Mike Frost into the competition. So they maybe might have picked something out of the West Indies Academy bowling lineup with Ned and Bishop. And now seeing Frost for the first time in this game. He's starting from the media center in here at Coolidge, the home of Cricket West Indies. As compared to Matri Humphreys, tends to bowl more just from the shoulder, more or less. Not completing his action. Let me have a look at him again. A lot of 22s in this team. 22, 23, 24. Only they were juggling for numbers.
Well, they all
20.
They all want their age on the back of their shirt.
That's a good one, Terry. Here's Anderson back, giving himself room and punching this out to the sweeper. Mike Frost is 23. So pretty interesting. Tom Mayers is 22. Matthew Humphreys is 21. So you remember when you get your number now, it stays with you, right? 95 for 2.
Right, yeah.
What was your number, Terry?
We didn't have numbers in those days, Bernard. You're lucky to get a shirt.
95 for 2. The West Indies Academy trailed by 118 runs. Times have changed, eh? First ever World Cup was 60 overs, Terry. Which the West Indies won.
Yeah, you used to have a lunch break.
Yeah, it's amazing. Inside edge down to the fine leg era. Just how cricket has changed tremendously.
Oh.
They used to play in whites.
Spectacular dive. Yeah, whites. One day cricket was in whites until Packer took over.
Yeah, it's really a transformation of the game. So Frost's first over has cost 4. 2 final comments from you, Terry, and then will be the voice of Mally Richards joining me.
Yes, pretty steady start here by West Indies Academy on day 2. Exactly what they're looking for. And wipe off this deficit. Still trailed by 115 runs. These two, Anderson and Bishop, have put on some 86, 87 runs now for the 3rd wicket. And they look in complete control at the moment. On the other hand, Irish boys will still be plugging away, telling themselves that they can pick up a couple of wickets, can change the course of this match quickly. So Marley and Vernon will take you through the next half hour of play.
Thank you very much, Terry. So on the day 1, Ireland Academy were bowled out for 213, 61.4 overs, some 32 boundaries and 1 6. Murray Cummins with an O scored 93, but disappointed that he did not get 100. 123 balls, 17 boundaries. And Cade Carmichael on debut, 59, 97 balls, 9 fours and 325, 38 balls, 3 fours and 1 6. Some 32 boundaries were hit in that innings with 1 maximum. Excellent game behind the stumps for West Indies Emerging Academy wicketkeeper Colin Boyne-Tickett, who took some 4 catches. Glove work was just superb, excellent. But one can't forget on debut, 19-year-old Isaiah Thorne from Guyana, 9.4 overs, 3 minutes, 33 runs, 4 wickets. Here's Bishop getting a wide ball, slashing hard from Scott Macbeth. It's hit the rope. No, that's a magnificent save. And good return. They came back for 3. Good cricket all around. Mally, as I say, good morning to you, Mally Richards.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to the watchers, listeners, wherever they may be. Yeah, interesting contest on the cards here. I must give kudos to the opening pair of fast bowlers for the Irish Academy. I think they were absolutely superb this morning, testing these West Indies Academy right-handed batters. The ball just shaping away slightly, proving to be quite testing.
100 up for the West Indies Academy, 101 for 2.
I think it was 7 overs they would have bowled in that opening burst, just yielding some 18 runs, creating opportunities, not managing to take a wicket though.
Here is Kevlin Anderson back, short ball and punching it out to the square. Boundary for 4. Yeah. It was loose and he sat up and he cracked that. His eyes opened up. Didn't try to overhit it. Stayed on top of it and got a lovely boundary. That would give him some confidence as he goes to 37. Anderson, the score goes up to 105 for 2.
Yeah, good footwork from the young man there, getting deep in the crease.
Naughty shot. No need for him to play that. He's trying to get fancy. Had some pace on it. It was undone, I think, by the pace.
What did you make of the opening pair this morning, Vern? Both Hand and Foster.
They bowled some effort balls. You can say that for sure. Well, I think this track will get a little quicker as the day go on, Mally. Here is a late cut by Kevlin Anderson, and it will race away for 4. The fielder backward point. He was diving Just had he just stayed on his feet, Mali, he would have been able to stop that. But he was concentrating so much on trying to dive that he never got anywhere close to it. And in the end, gave away a boundary.
Yeah, the spinners just come on here and just released the pressure slightly on these two right-handers. Anderson particularly strong off that back foot as well. Looking to get deep in the crease. Access that offside. Anything just slightly wide. Looking to make the Irish spinners really pay. So pressure on in this over. 11 runs off it already.
With 2 expected legal deliveries to go. In a one-day game, that would have been called a wide, but he gets away with that one. The partnership is 98, Mali, and growing.
Yeah, just 2 away from 100. And this innings is following almost in a similar vein to what we saw from the Irish Academy, losing those 2 wickets early, and then a bit of a rearguard action by the other batters. But it's the end of that over. West Indies Academy 109 for 2.
And the only wicket taker so far has been Matthew Foster in fair hand, and Mali really was on the money here when he came on.
Yeah, I thought Hand was a little unlucky as well. Maybe just could have been a touch bit fuller, but more often than not, he was in the right areas. And if you think back to that edge that went through that vacant third slip region, it almost set Anderson up, and then the chance went begging. These are just some of the little things that this Irish Academy will have to really improve on. Just recognizing their opportunities.
And understanding that partnerships are going to be or form part of a cricket game. So you have to keep your nerves.
It is a game of partnerships with the batting, bowling, even at times in the field. You see 2 fielders running to the boundary. You get the relay throws and things like that. It's a game of partnerships, generally. And that opening partnership, fast bowlers, was absolutely superb. Very impressive.
Frost to Bishop is back and punching that out to the sweeper.
And for me, what was impressive about those 2 as well is the fact that they kept that seam up consistently. So any assistance that was on offer, they did get it here at the CCG.
110 for 2. West Indies Academy trailed by 103. Anderson in strike. Worked into the onside. 100 partnership comes up, Mali.
Yep.
Nelson is also being celebrated here. 111 for 2. So 100 off 168 deliveries. This has been a solid partnership here from these 2.
Very solid indeed. They've weathered the storm, per se. Just looking now to reap the rewards of all that hard work. It's probably just heading down.
Yeah, clearly. The batsman has not even moved from the leg stump guard. Christopher Taylor just came across quietly and said, not out.
I think also from a development point of view, I think Teddy Bishop in particular have something to really work on, something to think about in terms of his overall game.
Driving up the mid-off. Ricochet thinking about it, but Anderson has already said no. They always say you never run on a misfield, or you should not run on a misfield. Let me correct myself there. You should not run on a misfield.
It depends on the misfield.
It depends on the midfield. How close it is.
Exactly.
Here's Bishop driving.
Through the
Beautiful
gap.
shot. To mid-off. Down to the boundary for 4. Won't get there. Hits the rope now. Lovely shot.
Easy from Teddy Bishop. Just lent on that one. Just had to find that gap. Diving away was fee on hand. Couldn't get a hand to that one. It just raced away to the boundary. Bishop looking more settled now at the crease.
Yeah.
But I was just saying something about Teddy Bishop and his overall game and his development. I think for someone batting in the top 3 at times, he opens the batting as well. I think how he counters that outswinger going forward will be a serious issue for him. We saw Foster in particular really test him with that outswinger, beating the bat on multiple occasions. So I think that's an area in which he'll definitely have to work on. Maybe just thinking about staying side on just for that split second longer.
A good friend comes into the attack, Matthew Humphreys.
Now the left arm orthodox spinner in this Irish Academy setup.
Maybe taking a page out of the West Indies Academy. And even though in this game, Bishop, Wickham, and Ned didn't get any wickets, they bowled some 31 overs between them, 78 runs, 10 maidens.
That's the difference so far. It's the fact that the West Indies Academy spinners managed to restrict Irish Academy, played more of a holding role.
When you look into the context of that game, Isaiah Thorne on debut and Yuan Lane, Naim Young, they took the 10 wickets between them in 30.4 overs, 132 runs with just 5 maidens.
Beautiful hump, lovely boy.
Kevin Anderson now 42 of 85 deliveries. He's a player who we've grown accustomed to seeing here at the CCG in the last 12 months or so, Vernon.
This is like his home.
Yeah.
He's a lovely player. We're not short of talent, Mali. Yeah, that's for sure.
We're short of developing talent.
Yes,
that's the main issue.
That's what we have to be able to work on. We have to get the right personnel around to get into the air. And the youngsters themselves, they have to want it. They have to read about it.
It's a two-way street.
Yes.
Right? It goes both ways. Players have to want to get better themselves. Coaches can't be the ones doing all the work. Players have to do some individual work as well.
And some sacrifices have to be made individually on the players themselves, Mali. The platform is there. You have to know how far do I want to, execute and carry on in this game.
All these players need to invest in themselves as well. If you think there's nothing stopping her, I use a Shimron Hetmeyer as an example. What's stopping him from having a personal trainer, nutritionist, with the amount of money available in the game and what he's actually managed to do in the game? I think a lot of the individual things that they would know about themselves, necessarily a coach would know. There's nothing stopping you from investing in your own game as well in order to try and get develop and become as good as you possibly can.
Maiden over there, Mali, from Matthew Humphreys. Not for 24 from his 715 for 2. It's pretty interesting, Mali, that you talk about investment in yourself, because as much as we see the world boss, Chris Gale, he travels around with a trainer. He has a team. And he tells me, don't care how, if he decides to go and party, his trainer knocks on his door in the morning and he has to turn up.
And notice the kind of player that I mentioned, players who would have accrued real resources from the game, financially comfortable. You want these guys to also invest in themselves. So when you see a Shimron Hetmeyer not meet the minimum standards of fitness requirements, it makes you wonder. Like, we can all want it for him, but unless he actually wants it for himself.
Sacrifices. This game, once you become an international athlete, you have to put in the work. You have to get the right team around you.
Oh, just going down there, arm ball again into the right-handed Bishop.
I think one of the things which I find, Mali, is that Teddy Bishop his right foot does not get deep enough when facing the leg spinner. He's got to be able to be careful about that, because all of the leg spinners are completely different. Some bowl round arm, some bowl more from on top. So he's got to be mindful of that. Comes quietly forward.
And you can tell what Frost is trying to do here, just honing in on that front pad. Maybe just trying to catch him on the crease slightly for an LBW decision. No real turn in this wicket.
Bishop 64 from 97. It's going to be a good test for him. Beautiful shot. He's sweeping. That's a lovely shot by Frost. Good response.
Yeah, just a bit too leg side there from Frost. Starting on middle and leg and going further. Orthodox sweep by Teddy Bishop. Good stroke. Looking really good at the crease now.
I'll give him some confidence. He goes to 68 from 98. 119 for 2. And the West Indies Men's Academy, they trail by some 94 runs. That won't be on their card. They'll be thinking about batting all day today. Yeah, it was a nice flighted delivery. And language enough. I thought he could have got to that, hit that on the full, down the ground. Yeah, the mid-on and the mid-on very close.
At this stage, Mike Frost isn't really creating an element of doubt. Just starting the ball a bit too straight to Teddy Bishop. Maybe you just want to start it a bit further outside that off stump.
More or less drifting in. Frost from the media centre in here, Coolidge, the home of cricket West Indies.
That's what he's hoping for, but just a bit too leg side there again, going down the leg side. Missing that leg stump.
And I think his alignment when he's bowling to Mal is going to be also very important in terms of where he delivers the ball from. How wide, if he gets wide, then he's going to push it. He needs to get a little closer to the umpire so he can be able to hone in at those pads.
That's a good delivery. To finish, just the boundary coming from that. The end of 38, West Indies Academy, 119 for 2.
So, high proportion of boundaries hit in this game so far, Mali. 46 and 2 maximums. And compared to West Ireland Emerging Academy scoring 213 in the first innings, the West Indies Academy 119 for 2. I think this is something that once the West Indies Academy can take away the boundary balls against the Irish, they were like 32 hit in that innings. It could be a different ball game.
Could be. You obviously want to see discipline from both sets of bowlers here. This being a developmental series. If you love the game, especially what we've seen from Ireland over the years, you want to see them develop and really become a force on the world stage.
And that's why it was important that the manager, when he was talking to Joel Manning, said he would have preferred to have played the 40 games first.
Yeah.
Than getting into the 50 over. It might have been a different focus for the youngsters.
Yeah, it would have just given them a bit of time to get more acclimatized to conditions here in Antigua. The pitches, maybe not under that pressure of the limited overs game per se. But it's still quite valuable. I'm sure the coaches would have looked and identified the guys who would have put their hands up and put in creditable performances under the circumstances.
Oh, I'd love to see this academy team also going to Ireland and getting as we would say, a dose of different conditions to understand what's happening.
I'm sure there'll be a reciprocal tour at some point.
We've seen what's happening now with the West Indies A team in South Africa. That was a close game. We say congratulations to the team there, Joshua De Silva and his team. A lot of pressure on a number of players on that tour.
What do you make of the whole Joshua De Silva saga at this point in time? Because I've got a bit of a theory. Good shot down the ground from Kevlin Anderson there, just lent on that. Just illustrating how good a pitch this is for batting now. Down the ground, another 4 to the total.
Lovely on drive. And you know the on drive, Mali, is the hardest shot to play for any batter, whether it be left or right-handed. He stayed low to the ball and hit it very straight. He goes to 46. They trail by some 90 runs, 123 for 2. The ice box is getting cold in here. Here is Anderson again, driving straight. Matthew Humphreys had to come across very quickly.
He does keep it simple, doesn't he? Kevlin Anderson is a no-frills kind of batter.
Sort of remind me of Dr. Sir Richie Richardson.
I mean, you look up and he's got 50. He's that type of player. Think back to that 100 he would have scored his debut first class 100 in the Headley Weeks tri-series earlier in the year. Chanceless 100 as well. So one thing's for sure, Kevlin Anderson definitely has the temperament, Vernon. He's shown us that time and time again.
Now I know you, before I answer you, the ladies score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies Academy there, 123 for 2 of 39 overs. Now you asked me a question about Joshua De Silva. I think Joshua De Silva is putting pressure on himself, and the expectations of the authorities, you could see them moving him from, if you're the test keeper, I find it very unfair that he's going on a West Indies A-team tour. I think we should be looking to blood another young keeper.
Who's keeping on those tours? That's the issue.
Well, he has to be keeping if he's the test keeper. You know what I mean? And I don't think the issue, and I know the selectors will say, well, you know, we're trying to give him some room to get some cricket and get himself organized. But I also feel that Joshua De Silva sometimes will look like he's jaded with the amount of cricket that he himself is also playing and his roles that he's playing. Right? We look at this tour in South Africa, Mali. We've got 2 keepers in the 11, making up in terms of what's happening. But there seems to be an automatic plan where if we're looking for the next West Indies Test captain, there could be some talk around, you know, about Joshua De Silva's leadership, and so he could be budding. They could be building him for that concept. 123 for 2. Bishop 68. Anderson 46. Mike Frost.
That's close. Closer.
I think it's going down.
But just not
by much.
Not by much.
Just look at the replay. We don't have DRS here.
Yeah, it's actually going down a fair way.
In fact, I think it's pitched outside the line of the leg stump, more or less.
But he's just honing in here. Still just a bit too leg side-ish for my liking, Frost.
Yeah.
But you see what he's trying.
Bishop just has to be patient.
That's a good one.
Just quietly forward.
That one just started a bit further outside that off stump, drifting in to that front pad. Needs to hone in on that area.
Consistently.
That's a good one as well. A lot better from Frost in this over.
You know, as you're talking about honing Mali, El Camino Willett says he used to bowl to a penny. Used to land the ball on a penny consistently. You just come and just bowl that ball in the air. That's what I think Frost needs right now. Needs to be bowling. It's an art in it. Maiden over in the end still, so he's still keeping the pressure on Teddy Bishop. 123 for 2.
Yeah, 123 for 2. This partnership, the Irish will be hoping to break this partnership as soon as possible, to be honest. These two settling into their innings. And we know Kevlin Anderson in particular, if he really beds in on this pitch, it's the kind of player that will just keep batting and batting and batting for as long as he can.
Till the cows come home.
Doesn't seem to have the regular occurrence of mental lapses throughout an innings. Every now and again, but more often than not stays within his zone.
He's a human being. So you'd expect that. Comes forward again.
Great energy, Kados.
But you could tell he's thinking about a big one. Kevlin Anderson, his approach. And he's going to keep talking to his partner, Teddy Bishop. They complement each other quite well.
They do.
Ireland want a wicket, Mali. They don't care how they get it. They just want something. It's been a long day. We're approaching the first hour of play.
They're getting closer and closer though, just every now and again a big LBW shout.
Yeah, moments like that.
It's a bit too short though.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one. You could see the concept and understand what Anderson is trying to do. Still looking to hit the ball up the V as much as possible. Didn't try to go around and overhit the ball.
That's a hallmark of his play, a guy that looks to play straight more often than not. Full face of the bat.
Here's him just opening the face of the bat, sliding it down to the gully area.
You can see Humphreys there on that occasion, really trying to give that one a massive rip. Bit more pace on that delivery.
Here we go again. Some 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls. Anderson won't mind that. Back and beating the backward point fielder. And he'll only get 1 run. So he goes up to 47. Finally, after about a couple of maidens, the score moves from 123 to 124.
Yeah, the spinners have just managed to pull it back here in the last few overs or so. Not too many boundary deliveries. You can only think to a couple that sweep on a back foot from Anderson.
Good leave. Good leave. So, the end of over number 41. The West Indies Men's Academy. They're 124 for 2 in reply to Ireland Academy, who scored 213 all out of 61.4 overs. We have a game on here.
Definitely game on. Ireland Academy hoping to just remove this partnership, open up, bring a new batter to the crease. We've seen collapses generally from both these teams throughout this series, the limited overs leg in particular. You see a big partnership and then wickets go down at regular intervals. We saw it in the first innings. Massive partnership between Carmichael and Cummins when Carmichael was removed. Next 7 wickets went down. Well, 7 wickets went down for 40.
All right, so Frost will continue.
That's a better line there to Anderson.
And what I was impressed about that, Mally, is that here was Anderson pushing the ball, trying to push the ball past Frost to go up the mid-off. And Frost got across, put his body on the line and stopped that. Stands up straight. Plays this quite comfortably right back.
I think Frost would be happy with Anderson trying to hit those balls through the offside, hoping to just open him up slightly. Enough to go through that gate. Just a bit too leg side there. Clipped away nicely.
He'll get 2 quite easily. Anderson moves closer to his half century. Goes up to 49. The score goes up to 126 for 8.
I think as this game progresses, what we're seeing is that the margin for error on this pitch is decreasing. It's becoming better and better for batting.
On the edge, racing away down to fine leg. 50 for Kevlin Anderson. Christopher Taylor signals it. What a lovely knock from the young man. 53. Came off 104 balls, 7 boundaries. Strike rate of 50.96. Lovely knock by Kevlin Anderson.
Lovely, lovely knock indeed. He would be. He's done well to get over the disappointment of not being on that South African tour. He's come here, he's put his hand up. Solid batting performance so far. And to be honest, he'll be looking to go as big as possible. Now.
Don't think he has a choice. When you get a start like this, Mali, you want to cash in. He's on driving, up to mid-on, can't score. So, at the end of the first hour, Mali, 130 for 2. These two are unmoved, and you would have to say that the goal has been achieved because they have reached their half centuries. First, it was Teddy Bishop. His half century came off 82 balls, 7 fours, 1 6. 68 off 108 balls. Kevin Anderson, 53 off 106 balls. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies Academy, who trailed by 83 runs, they 130 for 2. We'll take a Paradies or water break. And when we come back, we'll continue the discussion.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in beautiful sunny Antigua. Just had the first drinks break of the day. 4-day first class match between West Indies Academy and Island Academy. West Indies Academy done very well this morning, negotiating the first hour of play. Moved on from 76 for 2 to 130 for 2. Teddy Bishop is on 68 and Kevin Anderson on 53. Realized some 119 runs for this third wicket partnership. Humphreys will continue. So good hour of play for the West Indies Academy, Joel.
Yeah, certainly a very good hour of play for them. Put on, I think, roughly about 54 runs this morning. came back on an overnight score of 76 for 2. So to be 130 for 2 at this stage, they should be quite happy with themselves. Work to be done, but can't get enough onto it. And Teddy Bishop continues, inches ever closer to what will be a first class 100 for him.
Yes, another good shot, cutting it backward of point. Played some delightful shots so far this morning.
Yeah, Foz, that'll do.
Trail now by 79 runs.
Come on.
Yeah, just looking at how the game is poised at the moment, how things are set up. I was saying yesterday as well, and just in terms of the possibility of only having to bat once in this game. You're looking at it, the surface, fantastic batting conditions, and knowing that one must capitalize on them. This time it will be stopped and just produce 1 run.
Yes, but you can see that that is the plan of the West Indies Academy boys. Looking to build a bigger first innings lead as possible. And as you say, Joel, looking to just bat once, put the Irish boys under pressure. They haven't had a great time of it with the bat. In the one-day series, a couple of collapses cost them that series 2-1. And then we saw yesterday when they got themselves into a position they could have really pushed on to a big first innings total after winning the toss and opting to bat. They fell from 174 for 3 to 213 all out.
A bit of a conversation going on between Stephen Doheny, the captain, and umpire Chris Taylor. They were looking to bring Matt Foster back into the attack, but he's been off the field for some time and must wait 1 more over before he can bowl. So it means that we're going to see a change here, and that change will be Fionn Hand coming from the media centre end. Operated from the CIU end to get things going this morning. It'll be interesting to see what he can actually do from this end.
Hey, dead ball.
Yeah, still with his head down. Teddy Bishop, well, Fionn Hand was running in, so you have to go and reload with that one. Looking for that breakthrough though, and hence why they were looking to Matt Foster to come back. He has been the wicket taker for them. But maybe, just maybe by slight fortune, the inability of Fionn Hand to bowl from this end, having to switch thought processes and bring Fionn Hand instead. Change of end might produce something different for him. Still a bit of shape away from the bat.
Yes, and they'll certainly be hoping because the game is slowly running away. Definitely need to break this partnership sooner rather than later, the Irish boys. Not that they bowled badly, but these two in Bishop and Anderson have been going along very nicely, very comfortably on a good batting track. They're going at a good clip too, about maintaining about 3 runs per over. hard work here for the Irish boys.
Yeah, some hard work indeed. But the interesting thing about it is that at this stage, yes, they were actually having a similar conversation about emerging Ireland in terms of the platform that they were setting up before lunch. And then things fell away after lunch for them. So there could still be somewhat of a twist here. If emerging Ireland could string together a couple more deliveries like that from Fionn Hand. And once again, looking at the lengths, you just tell yourself, if he could just be that smidgen fuller almost. With the type of shape that he's still getting.
Yes, and they would be looking to keep the deliveries in the right areas, make the West Indies boys play as much as possible, because there's still the deficit is still 78, so they'll be saying to themselves, the more wickets they can pick up before West Indies Academy wipe off the deficit, better it will be for them in the long run.
Oh, uppish. But one bunks. It's the man coming around to mid-off. The end of that Fionn handover. It's 135 for 2.
Like we'll see spin continue from the northern end, as I say. Matthew Foster, as Joel said in the previous over, just had to wait a bit longer before he could come back into the attack after being off the field, but obviously the commentary box end is his preferred end, so Matthew Humphreys will continue from the northern end. He's bowled 10 overs and no wicket for 34. Change of gloves there for Teddy Bishop.
Humph, you want Gav on square for? Okay.
So 135 for 2. The deficit at the moment is 78 runs. Anderson's on 53 facing. Bishop is on 73.
Oh yes, Matthew. Lovely hump. Oh, hello.
Flatter, quicker delivery there by Humphreys.
Two is the call from Kevlin Anderson. Should get that and might be able to consider 3 as well if they run hard. And they're coming for it. Good running by this pair.
Yes, excellent running. They've run hard between the sticks all day so far today. Nicely worked by Anderson, just turning it with the turn off his hip down to the fine leg region. 138 for 2.
Oh, lovely, Humph, lovely. Real nice, Humph. Real nice, boy. Lovely hump.
Just 3 runs coming from that Humphrey over. It's a 1-3-8 for 2.
Yes, and Bishop looked more committed onto that front foot against the spin as opposed to when he's facing the seam bowlers. And now it looks like Island strike bowler, is it?
Yeah, still going to be Fiona Hand with the ball in operation. Just a couple words from the skipper, Stephen Doheny. Getting their plans together. Still operating with 2 slips and a gully. Utilize that field set throughout the latter stages of yesterday evening. Utilize that field set at the start of this morning as well. I haven't really seen much go through that region though. Be 2 or 3 deliveries for the day.
Nicely punched into the cover region by Anderson. He picks up another single, moves on to 57. 139 for 2. Doing it relatively easy at the moment, Joel. Ireland need a spark.
Yeah, they certainly do need something out there. It takes me back once again to the position of yesterday. Getting a little happy there with that one. I'm pretty sure Kevlon Anderson was rooted deeply inside of that crease.
Yes, the return coming in from the mid-on.
Yeah, Matt Humphreys it was. Just firing it in.
The only
I
one
guess a bit of target practice. Had that bail struck
for
on hand, though, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been the happiest campaigner out there.
Yeah, he was the only one in trouble. The bails nearly flew off into his head. Once again, Bishop just languidly really committing himself forward, wrapped on the pad, but the ball definitely hitting down leg side. Half a shot by the Irish boys. They're desperate to break this partnership, get into the game on this second day. He's bowling a reasonable line length, though, hand, giving himself every opportunity, attacking the pads of Bishop.
So I'm just bowled maybe 1 or 2 short balls for the day, and I'll go back to the point I was attempting to make in terms of that comparison between yesterday and today, when the question was with regards to Western Academy and what would their plan be in terms of looking to break the partnership that was brewing yesterday. That partnership between Carmichael and Cummins. You saw Naeem Young after lunch go to what was a wide ball strategy, asking Cummins to drive through the offside. Got a couple runs for it. Couple deliveries later, was caught at point. A lovely flowing shot for none. That's the over. Yeah, so 139 for 2.
Yeah, it's picked up the cover fieldsman on that occasion, did Teddy Bishop. But yes, they need to come up with something, you feel, though, the Irish boys. They're not really troubling either one of these batsmen in Bishop or Anderson so far today.
Yeah, you can't see it on the screen at the moment, but another conversation was going on there between Fionn Han and Stephen Downey. You just wonder, like I said, if it goes back to the thinking in terms of how they may be looking to execute this one. A bit of a relaxation there. Yeah, it looks like McKenny Clark within the shade. He had a good little outing in the one-day matches. But you might probably tell yourself Matthew Humphreys might maybe play a similar holding role to that of Ashmead Ned yesterday. Dry up things from one end. So that's their camping end. But in terms of their hunting end, you just wonder what that plan might be if this media centre end is that. And I think back, like I mentioned, to a couple of these short deliveries that Fionn Han would have bowled. Maybe that could be their ploy, maybe for a burst of maybe, let's say, 2 overs or so. 3 overs, even if he has it within him. But just looking to change things up, give them something a little different to think about, a different proposition to face. Because for the most part, you know that his stock length, his preferred length, is just back of a length, just on around that off stump. Relatively easy for the batters on this surface.
Yes, and you're quite right, Joel. They need to be more proactive in their approach rather than reactive. It's like they're waiting for either Bishop or Anderson to make a mistake rather than trying something different. Maybe the short ball approach could give them that wicket-taking option. But at the moment, they just seem to be trying to tie down both ends.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Real nice, Hum. Real nice, boy.
73 is the deficit at the moment. 140 for 2. West Indies Academy.
Nice, Hum.
Turned nicely again by Bishop into the leg side for a comfortable single.
Real nice, Hum.
These two, of course, looking to go as big as possible. Brought up their half centuries, both of them this morning. Anderson's moved on to 58. He started off the day on 20. Peeled there. There's a attempted sweep by Anderson, but heading down leg to complete the over. So at the end of 47 overs of the West Indies Academy innings in reply to Ireland Academy's 213, 141 for 2. Anderson is on 58 and Teddy Bishop 74. He started the day on 48, 2 off his half century. As I say, they've both negotiated the first hour very nicely and looking to cash in as much as possible as they look to wipe off the 72 runs that they still trail by.
So the previous over, or rather at the end of Fionn Han's over, I mentioned the fact that there was a conversation between himself and the skipper. And now, as he's coming back into bowl, you've seen a couple changes in the field. Amano drops back onto the point boundary. Mid wicket has come a bit more to its left, a bit straighter. Still not certain what might be the plan at the moment. We'll wait to see. Worked out to that mid-wicket fielder that I just mentioned. So his first delivery still within the general area that he's been bowling all day. I wouldn't mind even, especially given that we're not seeing much happening, probably pulling one of the slips, getting that extra cover in. Going a bit fuller to Teddy Bishop, who's been there for some time, who also enjoys striding out and driving as well, and maybe enticing him into a different type of shot just for another short period of time. Something like that just changes up what has been a relatively monotonous period of play for them, just in terms of what they've been bowling.
Yes, it's more or less they resign themselves to the fact that there's nothing much in the pitch. And as we say, they're just waiting for one of these two in Bishop and Anderson to make a mistake rather than trying to look for wicket-taking opportunities. Nothing much has gone through the slip cordon gully. You could even take the gully out. Maybe move the deep backward point, bring him up, and strengthen the rough side, and ask Bishop and Anderson to drive fuller deliveries, as you should say, Joel. But at the moment, it's all pretty comfortable for the West Indies Academy batsmen. So they chip away at the 213 that Ireland posted. Quite interesting though, all day they've employed it, that the two slips are standing relatively close together. It's a bit more of a gap than you normally see between the keeper and first slip. But the keeper is the captain, so he trusts himself to cover that area if an edge did fly through.
Rising and hitting quite high on the bat, but quite easily handled. Just one run from the over. It's 142 for 2.
Yes, and quietly does it. As far as West Indies Academy are concerned, they're going along very nicely. No real alarms throughout the day's play so far.
Awesome, boys. Yes,
They move within 71 of the Irish first innings score at 213. So welcome back, Vernon Springer.
Thank you very much, Terry. 48 overs bowl. Here is Teddy Bishop getting an under edge, racing down to the vacant fine leg boundary. It hits the rope now, and a boundary for Bishop takes him up to 79. Score goes up to 146. Badly line delivery there from Humphreys, and put away nicely in the end. Downhill here, and it's more problems for what has been happening. So seems as if it's going to be a long day, not for 43 for everyone. Mali just reminded me out there, not just the cricketers alone, but also for us. They trailed by 67 runs. I like the positivity so far from both these two batters here. Anderson, a real find for Teddy Bishop, keeping him in check. 58 from 115. It's going to be important to see how Teddy Bishop's approach this next 21 to get him to a beautiful 100. He would not want to make the same mistake that our friends Maury Cummins made yesterday by getting to 93, Terry.
He would not. Most definitely. But he's going about his business extremely well at the moment, and I do like to see batsmen that sweep.
Yeah, but you have to be careful as to what you're sweeping. Some people,
true.
Yeah, because you have to understand. Some people can sweep length.
Yes.
Some people can sweep those that are offline. You know what I mean? The ones that can sweep length, they're the dangerous batters.
Definitely.
That's when it gets crazy. And once now you have this switch hit. So when you bowl into somebody like a Glenn Maxwell, you're in trouble.
Yes, Matty. Yes,
We
Matty.
won't go there, Vernon, but anyway.
You don't want to go there, Terry.
Another pretender to the throne. But anyway.
You don't like Maxwell, Terry.
I didn't say that.
No, I just asked you.
There we go. Swept in the air, but quite safe. Down to backward square leg.
But it takes practice, right, Terry?
Exactly,
Yeah,
and that's why you like to see him practice.
Yeah, you got to put it in. Partnership 136 from 248 deliveries. Growing 147 for 2. Bishop goes to 80. He's 20 away from scoring a lovely first-class 100. That'll be playing in his mind. Maybe he wants to get it before lunch. It doesn't matter when he gets it. Just wants to get it. Register it. Got to get hungry of making hundreds.
Oh, yes.
Comes quietly forward. So the end of over number 49. Your final comments, Terry, and then I'll have the voice of Mali joining me. 147 for 2.
Yes, they're going very well, these two, in Teddy Bishop and Kevlin Anderson, and batting to a plan, I would say, after listening to head coach Ryan Griffiths saying they want to bat sessions. He wants his batsmen to score big, look for the centuries and so on. These two are doing an excellent job. It's been a wonderful partnership coming together with a score on 11 for 2. It's now 147 for 2, and Ireland need to make something happen if they want to stay in this match.
All right, so Mali has brought Matthew Foster back into the attack, and Foster, he knows that it's going to be a long day for him. So welcome back, Mali. Foster looking for something.
Good morning, Vern. Yeah, Irish going back to the pick of their bowlers here, looking for a breakthrough. Need a breakthrough. This 136-run partnership proving to be quite a thorn in the side for the Irish. So they've gone back to their gun bowler here. Can he provide it?
Bang on target, and Bishop just working it to the short mid-wicket fielder. And the score remains on 147 for 2.
And it's just interesting looking at Teddy Bishop, his debut 50 in his 5th first-class match. Coming into this match, averaging just under 11. Told us that he's just struggling to come to grips with the first-class game. And if you think back to when he actually strode out to the crease, he was given absolute fits by this man, Matthew Foster, with his outswingers. Managed to just square him up, but he did weather that storm. And that's what we want to see, a young batter showing the development, understanding the game the more he plays. He's been more successful in the white ball format, Teddy Bishop, with the best of 95, 3 half centuries. But this today, his first class 50. And he'll be looking for 100.
With many more to come. He's got the platform, and he's got the perfect foil. Kevlin Anderson looks like a true leader. I saw him in the field, and he kept talking to Nine Young, and you can see that he understands cricket. He's a student of the game. I like his composure, Kevlin Anderson. He's always rehearsing. He's got a low base when he's batting. He stays low to the ball. Got some folks over here from Montserrat. Stevel Rodney, Seagull Rodney, the Rodney brothers.
I think that low nature that you speak about, he stays low to the ball, tells you that he's come up on those Guyanese pitches. Slow, low, not pitches blessed with bounce and pace per se. Dusty spinning tracks.
But it's a serious conversation, Mali, that needs to take place, because how are we going to address, if we're going to compete on the world stage, we as the home team, meaning the West Indies, we have to begin to start to put together some tracks that can accommodate our talent. When you have people like Isaiah Thorne and company, you have to give them the tools, the surfaces.
Yeah, but you're so right about that. But so many other things come into the equation, the different soil compositions around the Caribbean. What we've seen, though, is that more of the wickets here have become the same. We don't see a fast, bouncy one like we did before in the past at Kensington. Everything just seems to be geared towards the spinners being the most successful, to be honest.
Bang on target again. So a maiden over here. Foster has answered. He's come back. And they're trying to build pressure, Mali, and hope that the West Indies Men's Academy will just lose their focus in a period of time. If we look at the time right here, it's 11:35 in Antigua and Barbuda, 10:35 in Jamaica. And they may be just playing mind games, more or less, before I came on set with you, Mali. I was outside and was telling you, when you look at when Frost was bowling or Humphreys, they maybe have a 6-3 feel and trying to force Anderson to try something else different. But this is where being a student of the game and understanding batting and their ploy, you don't fall for it at all. They have now looked like they've shifted again, Mali. More or less now we have a more balanced feel now. They've gone to a 5-4 instead. Listen, bang on target. So they got protection now on both sides. Sweeper on the offside. Deep backward square on the leg side. Mid on the mid-off, still inside the 30-yard circle. We've got a man on the 45. Cover, slip, still lurking around. Anderson on drive in. Fielder can't stop the single. Good running indeed. Rotation of strike is important.
Yeah, well, they've just probably missed the trick slightly is in their lines. Not really creating an element of doubt by pitching that ball outside the off stump. Force the batter to really make a decision.
Here is Bishop back and trying to punch that past the cover fielder in Jade Carmichael. Big diving effort there by him. The score remains a 148 for 2. Partnership growing. These two would love to be in the Observer and the Point Express. West Indies with their pitchers up scoring big hundreds, sending a message around the world.
Well, they've done all the hard work. They've got the Irish exactly where they want them at this stage of the match. Just 65 behind now. It's a bit too leg side again. It's really easy for a player of Teddy Bishop's class. The form that he's in now, how settled he's looked at the crease.
And that length too.
Just a bit too short, a bit too easy for him to just get back on that back foot and work it away.
The partnership is 138 from 260 deliveries. And you always get energized when you see West Indians score hundreds. Guess we've been spoiled, Mali. When people like you score over 300 runs, we feel like everybody should also score 300 runs, but it's maybe not that easy all the time.
Good over there to end. But yeah, I don't know. What I would have taken a lot of heart from was earlier in the year seeing the West Indies Academy perform the way they would have done in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series to win that series against what you would consider the all-stars of West Indian domestic cricket. They won it quite handily as well. Kevlin Anderson and Kevin Wickham. You think of Kirk Mackenzie, who's now graduated to the Test team.
Yeah.
Scored massive hundreds in that series.
Real big hundreds.
Big hundreds indeed.
I was energized by that too, Mali, and it showed you that you know that there's quality around. Can only go from strength to strength.
It's gone for the in-swinger there.
Yeah, brush the pad of Anderson, get leg buys. Not Anderson, sorry, Bishop. And so 4 leg buys. But I'm motoring, I'm looking at Foster in this spell, Mali, and he's prepared himself for a long day. So he's not ambling in like the first spell this morning. He's just taking his time, pacing in, and then he bowls a real effort ball. He's looking for that.
Yeah, he's looking for the other one there. He's been very good to Teddy Bishop, right-handed Teddy Bishop. Been on or about that off stump, just a bit of a shape away as well. They're just going for the in-swinger but getting it wrong.
So he's like slowing down, Matthew Foster. And then he's gathering in his momentum. And then he's comes up with that big effort there. Yeah, you could hear the big hump as he goes through.
Yeah, we did say on day one he looked quite innocuous in his run-up. But then he gets there and no short amount of skill as well. So far in this comeback spell, we haven't seen the ball actually move that much for him. Maybe hence that's why he went for the in-swinger there, just trying to switch up the angle.
Still seeing some shine on it, Mali.
Yeah, they've done very well to keep it in the condition it's in.
52 overs bowled. Here is Bishop, just more or less just playing around there. Up to mid-on, he will close the bat face. We want to rehearse and look to head it straight down the ground. Now he's rehearsing. Like for him, Mali, to just get that left foot out there. No, he's a tall player.
When you think about it there, you see him rehearsing that shot at times. The left foot can get in the way of the on-drive. So a fine balance in how close you get that foot to the ball. I think the main aim, though, is to keep that head in that forward position.
And especially on the low pitches, where the bowler is looking to go just below your pad. You've got to have a low enough base. Clipped away. Fine leg fielder will have some running to get around. Good work. He doesn't recover and gives away a boundary. Foster is upset with that. Because had he stayed on his feet, Mali, it would have been an easy stop.
Yeah, it's like unfortunate there from Fee on hand. Foster not too happy with that. But poor delivery again. Just a bit too leg side, down the leg side. Bishop gets something on this one. Hand with the slide. Did everything right. But in the end, just managed to parry it onto the ropes for another boundary.
150 up and going here for the West Indies Academy. They won 57 for 2. They trailed by some 56 runs. We still have at least another 18 to 20 odd minutes before lunch. Clipped away again, 4 more. As Mali said, Foster trying desperately, but falling away in the attempt to get that delivery. And another boundary.
And he's still down as well. I think he's just hurt himself there. Matthew Foster just limping slightly on that left leg. Doesn't seem to be too happy with that area in which that front foot lands for him. Just lost it completely on that delivery.
And that boundary brought up the 150 partnership between these two of 266 deliveries.
For the first time, we're probably just seeing Matthew Foster lose a bit of patience in terms of his bowling. It was quite metronomic, to be honest, in that first spell.
Well, we could think about when he started yesterday afternoon. A little bit of overcast conditions, sun going down.
New ball as well, bit of outswing. Really troubled Teddy Bishop.
He did.
This one just honing in again on that off stump with a bit of inward movement. A pretty spotty over there from Matthew Foster. What, 2 boundaries coming from it? Yeah. West Indies Academy 161 for 2.
So, the partnership is growing. Bishop, 89 from 155 deliveries. He needs 11 for 100. Kevlin Anderson is on 59. He's a good foil for Teddy Bishop, and you keep him in check.
Perfect opportunity here for Teddy Bishop to bring up what would be quite a fine first-class 100. He's yet to get to 100 in either first-class cricket or list day. A best of 95, not out. I think that would have come in the just concluded Regional Super 50 as well. Teddy Bishop. So, showing an adaptability now at this stage of his career to go from the limited overs format to the red ball game and have success. That's a positive for Teddy Bishop. We haven't seen that before from him.
Some more changes being rung out here.
Looks like the leg spinner, Gavin Howie, into the attack. And I like this kid, to be fair. We saw him in the limited overs leg of this tour. Looked like he had a bit about him with the bat. It's good in the field. I think the Irish can identify him, Gavin Howie, and also a Tom Mays going forward. I think Mays as well has made a real impression on me in particular. Just the way he goes about his business, how clean he hits the ball, how cleanly he hits the ball as well.
So they've used some 6 bowlers, and Gavin Howie will start from the CIU end, mid-on, mid-off, in slip, short leg, cover. Deep point is Kevlin Anderson punching this pass, looking to go past mid-off. Dive and save, and only get 1 run in the process. The bowling figures so far for the Ireland team: Fionn Hand, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 32 runs, no wicket. Matthew Foster, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 39 runs, 2 wickets. Matthew Humphreys, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, no wicket. We just worked into the onside, into the mid-on area. Gets an easy single. Mike Frost, he's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, no wicket. And Scott Macbeth, he just put up his figures. Scott, you can get his figures. Just a minute, Mali. Got to be careful with the technology. If you touch the wrong button, everything goes off. That's okay. Bang on target. 163 for 2. 90 to Bishop, 60 to Anderson.
Partnership approaching 150.
It's past 150.
Past 150.
Yeah, it's past 150. It's about, yeah, really piling on the pressure here. But anything can happen. It's 152 now.
Still effectively none for 2.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Scott Macbeth, his 1 over cost 11 runs. So he's not in the conversation anymore. A lot of banter going on there, Mali.
Yeah.
We would heard some yesterday with Colin Boyne Tuckett behind the stumps.
Looking forward to see him.
If he gets a chance.
Bat. Yeah, if he gets a chance to bat as well, Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Glove work is excellent. During the Ireland innings. Is Anderson back and punching. And one of the things they keep saying all the time is that Anderson doesn't miss. He's going to miss 1. They're hoping that he's going to miss 1.
Hasn't missed too many.
Certainly not.
Just think of that chance going through third slip off Fionn Hand earlier in the morning.
So, over completed. And at the end of over number 53, the partnership 152 from 273 balls. West Indies Academy, they're 163 for 2. Teddy Bishop is on 90. Kevlin Anderson is on 60.
Yeah, pretty steady comeback over there from Howie. Just the 2 runs.
Bishop's 50 would have come off 82 balls, 7 fours, 1 6. And he's going in confidence. He's now faced 156 balls. And would be eyeing that 100, knowing that lunch is just around the corner. He's some 11 minutes away from lunch. Wouldn't want to put himself under pressure. One thing I can say for sure, Mali, is that if he gets a half volley, he's going to put it away.
Yeah, that's the type of player he is. We've seen him time quite a few sweetly through the upside, not find the gaps the last couple overs or so. But generally, he's strong in that area.
Now, there's a meeting taking place, Mali, with the umpires and the Ireland captain.
I think he could do with the amount of times they're throwing at the stumps when batters aren't necessarily looking to run. In terms of the condition of the ball.
I saw that ploy happening yesterday. I couldn't understand what was happening with that one. It was a new tactic by Christopher Taylor and his colleague saying, listen, this is a first-class game. Let's keep the spirits up. Bishop waits.
It's a good area there from Foster. Generally employing now a line from the off stump into the right-handed Bishop before he was looking to take everything away more often than not. Maybe just realizing that there's no real swing on offer for him, just trying to change the angle from over the wicket.
Who's your favorite basketball team, Ali?
Whenever or now?
Now? Bishop stands up straight and punches that up to mid-off.
I'm not so much into teams, more into players.
Okay.
Per se. So I'm a big, and with the amount of talent in the NBA now, wow.
I like Steph Curry.
Oh, you're a Steph Curry guy.
Yeah, I think he's phenomenal, Mali. That sort of height and doing all those things. In fact, he's quietly, Mali, he's gone about. He's changed the game. He's changed the NBA. He just shoots the ball from anywhere. It's just crazy.
Yeah, just showing the evolution of the game.
All the big men now, Mali, can come down and shoot a three. 3-pointers.
And he's cleaned him up. He's gone for the Yorker and he's done him. Teddy Bishop will not pick up that first-class 100 here today. He's changed the angle, Matthew Foster. He's come in with that golden arm again. In-swinger this time. Bishop goes the third wicket down now for the West Indies Academy. Matthew Foster with the golden arm again.
Something Mali was talking about. When you're playing the on drive, you got to be in a balanced position.
That head, he just fell over slightly, didn't he?
Yes. We can get a buddy to pull up that replay again. Let's look at it.
That head falling away over that offside.
Head moved. Look at it again.
Yes. Lost sight of that one. Pretty good bowling, though, to be fair, from Matthew Foster. But like you said, Teddy Bishop will be very, very disappointed with that. Just on the stroke of lunch as well.
That's what we were talking about, Mali. Wickets always tend to fall just before lunch, after lunch. You know, the breaks there. And one has to really compliment Matthew Foster. He really deserves a wicket. Don't know if he deserves Matthew Foster, Teddy Bishop's wicket, but he was working on that all morning. 3 for 39, and he's put his hand up for Ireland Academy.
Yeah, he fully deserved that. Probably in his previous over, he wouldn't have been too happy with what he served up to Teddy Bishop, but he's come back really well here. Recognized that the ball isn't necessarily swinging away his natural shape. He's probably just turned that shiny side around. And he's gone to the in-swinger. And that was good enough to do Teddy Bishop. Showing good skills is Matthew Foster. Very good wrist.
163 for 3. Just a reminder, folks, that during lunchtime, Seth Burton will have a conversation. Or after lunch, Seth is informed. After lunch, we'll have a conversation with Joel Andrew, the young emerging Leeward Islands under 17, West Indies under 19 player. Made his debut for the Leeward Islands Hurricane this season.
A real jewel of Antiguan cricket at this time, indeed.
Scoring a lot of runs in school cricket and also club cricket as well.
Had a superb, cool and smooth T20 as well, and he's just gone on from strength to strength. He's toured with the West Indies under-19s to Sri Lanka.
Just came back from a tour in Trinidad.
Put in some good performances as well over there. So definitely one for the now and the future.
3 slips of gully, backward point, cover, short mid-wicket. And Kevin Wickham is going to have to be on the money. He's going to have to bring his A game here today. Because Foster is searching for those stumps, searching for the pads.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the John Wick movie franchise, but I've heard a few players around just calling Kevin Wickham John Wick in terms of his shot, the amount of shots that he has, he likes to play.
Mally, you're a master, Mally.
I found that interesting. I was like, wow, that's a very good nickname for the young man. John Wick, Kevin Wickham.
Kevin Wickham.
Shot a ball, apparently.
Yeah. He's got so much talent. And as you rightly said, Mally, I want him to concentrate on the batting.
Right. It's a good leave.
Yeah, it is.
I think what really, we know the talent that Wickham has, but what's crept into his game is just every now and again you see a mental lapse.
Yeah.
Especially when he's cruising and in full control. He never seems to be a guy who looks out of form or looks bad at the crease, scratchy. Things seem to come a bit easy for him.
He's got to be the player who wants to change his mindset as well too. He's got to be hungry, but he's got to be on the money here because Foster is on the money. Maiden wicket over for Foster, Mally. He deserves that 3 for 39, and to complement that, he's bowled some 75 dot balls, the most out of all of the emerging Ireland bowlers today.
Yeah, he's been absolutely superb. The pick of the Irish bowlers. Started yesterday, actually, with that new ball and came back this morning, especially with Fionn Hand, who I thought was a bit unlucky as well, considering the spell that he would have bowled. He's come back and really done the job for his team, removing the set Bishop.
And both Hand and Foster, between them, Hand has bowled some 69 dot balls as well. So as Mally said, they've been impressive with both the new ball and the old ball.
Especially that 7-over burst here this morning. It was a really top spell, testing the batters on every occasion.
So a good friend comes back on.
Once again, a partnership. Maybe Hand didn't reap the rewards with the wickets, but he played his role in terms of applying pressure from the other end.
It's about partnership, as Mally says. That's what the game is all about. Sometimes you hunt in pairs as bowlers. Lovely on drive here by Kevlin Anderson. Are they thinking about 2? No. Sent back very quickly. Anderson very precise and clear in his calling. He said to Kevin Wickham, no, who was advancing.
I think the next stage for Wickham actually would be understanding his own game and understanding that maybe every day you can't come out and be as good as you want to be. That's something Dad used to tell me a lot. You know, you've got to be able to fight when you're not in your best form, be able to score what they call ugly runs.
Yeah, you just need that break. I got so much time for Kevin Wickham. And
everyone does, you can tell.
Got so much time for him. Languished player. He's got all the shots.
That's close though.
Yeah. He gets his first scoring shot. It will now hit the rope. So Wickham is often running.
Yeah, inside edge there from Wickham. Luckily he didn't go to that number 10 there. Short leg. Went very fine and quick as well. Yeah. Raced away for 4.
It was a quicker delivery, in fact, too.
Maybe just a hint, slight hint of turn, but no real purchase for the spinners on this wicket just yet.
They got 2 slips here. Searching in, they'll be looking for more success. A short leg, square leg, backward point, cover, mid-on and mid-off, inside.
I like this. They're attacking the new batter here. Just faced 4 deliveries, 5 deliveries now, Kevin Wickham.
But they also know, Mali, that Kevin Wickham is under some pressure.
Definitely.
They're aware of that.
You think of his dismissals in the limited overs leg. You think back to the regional Super 50.
Beautiful shot on the offside. That's a lovely shot by the young man for 4.
And that's just a glimpse of the talent of the young man, as you were saying. Quite languid in his style. Just lent on that one. Beautiful straight drive off the leg spinner. And when he plays shots like that, looks a real top player, Kevin Wickham. But then what tends to creep in is just out of the blue. Just do something quite rash.
He's gone to 8. Got to be careful. He's trying to go leg side of the ball. He's got to be tight. Got at least 1 minute to go before lunch. Looks as if the umpires have called it. Their watch, Mali. So at lunch, the West Indies losing Teddy Bishop. The only wicket to fall today is bowled. A lovely Yorker. For 90, he will be wondering, where could I have got those 10 runs? But he'll have to go and start again. He's got his first-class half-century. So that's a start. 172 for 3, Mali. The luncheon break here of some 55 overs. And for the folks, just to give some bowling figures very quickly.
Fair to say session 1 here today has gone to the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, certainly have. And Foster broke the 152-run partnership. Coming out of there. Kevlin Anderson is not out on 61, 126 balls with 7 boundaries. And we go to the bowling figures just for you. Fionn Hand, 14 overs, 5 maiden, 32 runs, no wickets. Bowled some 69 dot balls within the process. But the man of the moment, the man who's put his hand up here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, has been Matthew Foster. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 39 runs, 3 wickets, 75 dot balls to complement that. Matthew Humphreys, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, no wickets. Gavin Hoy, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, no wickets. I like the look of him. Mali is somebody that they can invest in. First time I'm seeing Mike Frost. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, no wicket. And Scott Macbeth, his only over cost 11 runs. 172 for 3. Your final comments, Mali. What's the approach now for the West Indies Academy as we see Teddy Bishop just strolling across? Would maybe still be hurting that he didn't get that 10 runs for his first-class 100.
Yeah, well, we did say session 1 has gone to the West Indies Academy. They would be happy with that partnership from Anderson and Bishop. Bishop, as you said, disappointed not to pick up that 100, but that partnership of well above 150 has gone a long way in setting up this game for the West Indies Academy. And with still quite a bit of batting to come, they'd really want to forge ahead here in order maybe this evening to possibly get the Irish back in and look to force a win.
So, folks, on behalf of our entire team, Seth Burton, Terry Laraja, Joel Manning, Mali Richards, and Vernon A. Springer, along with our technician crew from 360, who continue to execute and perform some excellent work. We thank them very much. It's time for us to get, we hope, not some Paradiso lunch, but at least some lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's a sunlit atmosphere here and we're delighted to join you. The West Indies Academy, they are going to resume in a strong position, 173 for 2, and this is in reply to the 213 made by the emerging Island team. Kevlon Anderson is on his second highest first-class score. He would have been the man who scored 153 for the academy at this very same ground. And he's the man who has been brought into this team after not moving on to South Africa with the A team. And he's showing a great display, batting well here on 61. And you would have known that Teddy Bishop, the man who got very close to 100, got to 90, would have departed. So therefore Kevlon Anderson is with Kevin Wickham, and they would really like to push the academy beyond the 41 runs required to take a lead. My name is Seth Burton and Terry Laraj is beside me. Terry, good afternoon. Pretty much good prospects.
Most definitely good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers as we commence this second session.
Fionn Hand is tight on his line, good back of the length delivery, and Kevlon Anderson had no problem covering up. Kevlon Anderson, you remember when he played for the academy in the Tri-Series, the Weeks Headley Tri-Series?
Yeah.
An outstanding 153, his highest first-class score, and now this is his second highest, so he's a man of growth.
Most definitely, and he looks the part, Seth. He looks like he belongs.
This one is dead on stumps, and you could hear the oohs and the ahs from the slip fielders, and now they're going to get an extra that really was uncalled for. Fionn Hand, he's not happy that would go down against his bowling, when in fact there was no reason for that throw. And Anderson will be happy to have an additional run going to his name.
Definitely. But he's really looked the part though since he came to the crease late last night.
He has really shown that purpose. Good delivery here from Hand. Just outside the off stump, about what you may term a fourth stump delivery. And Hand would like to do like Foster has been doing, take wickets. Foster taking all 3 wickets in the inning so far.
Yeah, bowled well. It's got good rhythm, good execution of his deliveries, gets his wrists in a good position.
Well pitched up delivery. When you look at how Teddy Bishop got out, it was from a wonderful in-swinging Yorker from Foster. And that one, he played right over it at the point when he may just be looking, not necessarily just towards lunch, but closer towards the 100. But that's life.
Yeah, would have been his maiden first-class 100, but he just tends to be a bit languid in his approach. When he goes forward, he doesn't really commit onto the front foot. Proved his downfall again as he got himself into a tangle, but an excellent delivery, as you say, by Foster, who has impressed. He's been the wicket taker for the Irish boys. They stack the slips after lunch because they know they need breakthroughs.
Not a good delivery to end the over. Well defended by Kevin Wickham. It's 173 for 3. And you would know that Kevlon Anderson, the leading scorer of the partnership so far, very young partnership, if we may state it that way. But the leading scorer in the innings was that man, Teddy Bishop. You mentioned that he played over it, was a bit late on the shot, I think it's something that Anderson would be looking at, because there is a definite ploy for the Irishmen. They would have also thought that they came into this game, they had a solid foundation at one stage, and then they lost it.
At this stage, they were 170 odd for 3, and then lost their
Identical
last 7
position.
wickets. Yeah, for 40 odd.
And Terry, we're looking forward to. Soon we will have nice little interview with West Indies under 19 wicketkeeper batsman Joel Andrew, youngster who has made leaps and bounds in terms of progress. Just 17 years old, and you would have seen him as a little boy.
Yep.
The little boy has become, he's close to manhood, but has lived up to the prospects that we all held dear. Good delivery. That is from Hui. What a way to start.
Yeah, a bit of
After
bounce
lunch.
there. And turn.
Look at
Encouraging
it.
signs for him.
Over the wicket. Ooh, started at middle and left him. Good bounce. Really,
Put in an extra slip now.
that may be the thought. But they have 2, guess. Not a good delivery. You see the good variation. It shows that we have a relatively good wicket pitch here. The balance between pace and spin. Seamers would have gotten the West Indies Academy off yesterday. Now you see the spinners, they're getting turned. Oh, lovely shot, but the field at backward point is in place.
Yes, and I'd like to see Wickham come off here. He's due a big score. He always looks so good, so fluent at the crease. Reminds me a lot of Carl Hooper, though, Seth, in the fact that all of a sudden he just throws it away.
That is my fear. Mentioned it during the one-day series. That's a good delivery, but well measured. With Wickham, he's definitely a talented cricketer, natural.
Talent abound, yes, definitely.
I think it will come down to concentration and focus. Gets an easy single. Definitely a bundle of talent, but he will need to look beyond talent to that hard work and patience and commitment.
Yeah, talent will only get you so far. He needs to knuckle down and start putting the big scores that we know he can produce.
Just needs to focus a bit more. Dig deep. Another single for Kevlon Anderson. So this partnership would need to go in the vein of the Anderson-Bishop partnership. Need to build big partnerships at the end of the over. 176 for 3.
Yes, and that was an excellent partnership, 150 odd. I think it was 152 for the third wicket between Bishop and Anderson. And he set the tone, especially this morning. If there was anything in the pitch, they certainly negated the first hour and more very comfortably. But it's good to see Ireland attacking a little more after lunch, realizing that they need to restrict the West Indies Academy to as little as possible. They went a bit flat there in the first session. Maybe more waiting for something to happen rather than trying to make something happen.
Yes, you saw it immediately after the session, because Hand started with 3 slips and the gully. Now, yes, they have 2 slips. At least realizing that Kevlon Anderson is set. It would be interesting when Wickham goes up, or if he does during this over, they may go back to employ the 3 slips and the gully.
Yeah, and especially with Wickham relatively new to the crease, I'm sure they need that deep backward point on the boundary. Bring him up. I would have stayed with the 3 slips myself also.
Lots of cricket going on, Terry. Cricket West Indies can smile a bit. The team in South Africa, the A team, pulled off.
Great win. Yeah.
Great win.
Very dramatic. 53 needed when the last pair got together.
Yes.
Sinclair's batting is certainly
80 not out.
Yeah, it was
in
taken
a
over his
chasing
bowling
situation, not just chasing, but in a situation where you need to win because it was do or die. Definitely a confident player. May not have featured as much as I thought he could have even in the T20 situation, but he is putting his hand up. Good quick single. Playing with soft hands, Anderson.
Yeah, well played.
But you may mention about the batting, good all-rounder. Sometimes I don't get worried about if the bowling is not coming off, because if you can just produce at the right time in the area in which the need was, I think that is good.
Yeah, most definitely. And he's been very consistent in that regard. Set batting with the lower order.
Yes, that is critical.
Yes.
Well, that's a good call. Wickham was coming forward, looking to come through for that single. Anderson is very clear, and that's part of his game. Kevlon Anderson is not just the batting, very keen and decisive in his running. He's going for it, or he's not going for it. That is important. Speaking about all-rounders, so we'll be having Joel Andrew. Andrew, he's a wicket-keeper bat, but he also bowls. And one of those players, multi-talented players, oftentimes. Good delivery. That's a special one from hand. It touched down and just leave him slightly. What a way to end the over. Let's look at this. Ooh, that's a special one.
Yeah, excellent delivery, but well played though by Wickham. He picked up the line of the ball and pulled inside it nicely. But happy to see the Irish attacking more. I'd still like to see them, even though Anderson is on 65. I'd still like to see them attack both ends with the 3 slips and the point up inside the 30-yard circle as they've got to Wickham.
Well, Terry, thank you. You would deserve an extra drink because we're going to have Joel Andrew coming in just at this moment, and we will take it from there. Comes in, good delivery.
Nice Gav, nice Gav. Real nice Gav.
Kevlon Anderson. Goes back and nicely dabs, but good fielding on the other end. Good batting.
Yes, lad.
Really trying to build an innings here. Trying to get close to. He pulls that away. Powerful shot to the mid-wicket boundary. And this is stepping up a gear here, a little shortish. He was very decisive and he hammered it out to mid-wicket for 4. And he takes his personal score up to 69, 181 for 3. We've just been joined by Joel Andrew, one of the young enterprising cricketers of Antigua Barbuda, now extending his career to the Leeward Islands level, and also on card to represent the West Indies on the 19 at the ICC 2024 on the 19 championship in January in South Africa. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon to you, sir, and good afternoon to everyone that's listening on this game.
It's indeed a pleasure to be with you. Good white ball cricket. Anderson playing well. At the end of the over, Joel, you would have your opportunity because you have had pretty much quite some cricket. You have been with the on the 90 team in Trinidad as well, preparing for that on the 19 World Cup tournament. Anderson cuts and he will get another boundary here. Goes back and flashes it down to cover for 4. He is in fine nick. Just going back and cracking that one. So his second boundary of the over. The first out to mid-wicket, the next one down to cover. Kevlon Anderson moves nicely into the 70s. Look good. And the West Indies Academy, in reply to Ireland, emerging players, 213, 185 for 3. So, Joel, how has it been going with you?
Everything has been going good so far. I've been working hard, listening to my coaches and trying to get in as much work as I can for the short period of time, and just trusting in God and for what He has in store for me.
That's good. That's positive. It's good to hear you as a youngster trusting in the higher power. And I know you're going to get places. You're going to go places. New over here from a hand. You were with the under 19 in your preparation camp in Trinidad. How did that go?
It was good. We had a good showing for the team. It was a bit frustrating at the start, having some rain-out games, but I think the team pulled through in the end. We had some half-centuries and some good bowling performances, so I'm really proud of the team.
Well played by Wickham. Intended Yorker. Wickham just coming forward. And during that period, the team were able to, players coming together, gelling well, good team chemistry developing.
Yes, we've been together from since February, so we've been gelling together good, and it's just to move from strength to strength here and going into the World Cup with some good team chemistry.
Wickham once again coming forward. It's really good to see Cricket West Indies getting those opportunity to keep that squad together. You mentioned you guys have been together since February, and every opportunity of keeping that togetherness. Guys start to develop good relationships. Guys understanding their strengths and weaknesses. Guys understanding what the coaching staff and management staff expects. That is a big advantage going into the World Cup.
Yes, for sure.
Oh, fluent drive. Oh, my goodness. This one is just class all over. Kevin Wickham just rolling the risk on that one, and it went all along the ground. Oh, just look at that. It is breathtaking from the man from Barbados. West Indies Academy piling on some pressure. Continue, Joel.
Yes, we have a wonderful coaching staff as well that supports each player. So we don't really go through anything alone. We always have someone to talk to.
Wow.
And the players are very friendly. We get along very well. So I'm looking forward to see what will happen in the World Cup.
Excellent. So you knowing what has happened, there are some there are some players in the current West Indies team who came through the under-19 program for the upcoming series against England. Alzari Joseph, one of the good players from a few under-19 teams ago. Oh, that was a indecisive shot from Kevin Wickham. He was about to drive, I believe, and at the last minute the ball held back. Yes, and he was in a mind of steering and driving. Fortunately for him, the ball went down to third man for 4, and the partnership mounts to 30. It's 193 for 3. So you have that. You have guys like Alzari Joseph. For the first time, you got your play in the senior Leeward Islands team, and Alzari Joseph was actually the captain of that team. How was it getting into that setting and getting a bit of Super 50 in?
It was a good experience. Playing with the older guys, I learned a lot, even from the opposition, in terms of how they prepare for a game and like how they move outside of the field. And
oh, Anderson. Oh, good diving save. Thought he had another 4 there, but no, he did not get it. Just got 2 runs. Yes, Joel, you were saying?
also from Alzari, I learned a lot in terms of bowling tricks and field placements, and the list goes on.
That's so good. It's heartwarming for me, and I'm going to tell you why after this delivery. I saw you as a little boy. When I say little boy, you didn't even know. I actually took a video of you batting at Powell's in a tape ball game. It was just unbelievable for me. I can't remember if you were playing with our ACB Warriors or which team you were, but I was just taking that video of you just at about 9, 10. I believe you were about 10. Stroking the ball through the covers, stroking the ball, and then pulling someone for 6. And I said at a Parish League tournament presentation where Sir Viv Richards was, I made the statement that this could be the next emerging Richie Richards and the next emerging Viv Richards. I had the heart to say then, and I just want to say I'm just so proud of you that 7 years later that you're on a West Indies on the 19 team. And I'll qualify it later on the Alzari end. We can place it back to the bowler. I had the opportunity of seeing Alzari as a youngster coming across where I played with our United Stars team. He came across as a youngster when everybody else wanted to play football. And with his diligence, I saw that he would become an outstanding West Indian player. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. So hearing Joel Andrew now having that opportunity with Alzari Joseph, 2 young players, you would have identified at a very young age. Alzari went on first on the 14, then on the 19, being part of that successful World Cup. Now Joel Andrew moving into the under 19, I think. Young man, by the grace of God, you keep your head on. Great things are in store for you. How do you see, though, the difference between the senior setup that you had yourself in terms of the Super 50 and the youth setup? Are there any challenges, any difference that maybe, or are you just maturing, rising to the task? Wickham not getting this as fine as he wanted, but still he's able to get the single.
Well, facing someone like an Alzari Joseph or O'Shane Thomas in the net, so going down to the on-19 level, it was a bit challenging for me, trying to adapt to the different paces, but I wouldn't say it is easier at the under-19 level, but it's more of something I can handle. But with the senior guys, I know that I have to be a bit quicker, like in my movements. So it's a good challenge for me.
Good. So you keep rising to the challenges. Just to let you listeners know, Joel is also a wicket keeper. He's a frontline batter. And I don't like to say wicket keeper batsman because some people just merge it, but he's a frontline batter and he's an efficient wicket keeper. But here is the secret as you look at Kevin Wickham. Joel also bowls. So in the cool and smooth T20 championship here, you would have been one of the top scorers and still one of the top wicket takers. How do you balance all that? That is something that you'd explain to us. How do you balance it all?
Well, I just try to well, for me, I just try to focus on my batting more than per se bowling. But bowling is just something I would say was God gifted, not something I really worked on.
So you'd put down the glove and then bowl, and that just comes natural.
Naturally, yeah.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, so that is it. So for cricket, I think you can I say you're from a cricketing family because your brother is also a cricketer, would have had that opportunity as well at the youth level down the leg side on this occasion.
Yes,
is there a rivalry that builds confidence?
I wouldn't say a rivalry. It's just I've learned a lot from him to get me where I am today. He's still my idol.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's a lot of humility because you have, you're stepping up a gear and your brother remains your idol. Good delivery, but well played by Kevin Wickham. And your mom, she provides that support. She's with you guys almost all the time, supporting you at games. How important is that parental support?
I think that is very important. That gives me a lot of confidence going into a game. Like a pep talks are the best.
That's good. Because, we saw something here, Vernon who's got to replace me just now. Oh, good short delivery, but well handled in the end by Kevin Wickham. Fionn Hand doing well. We saw the Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 team in Easter playing here in the West Indies on the 15 tournament. And whereas they did play better than the other teams as the champion, the parental factor, they had a whole set of parents here, almost the full team of parents. And we thought that was important in terms of the building of the team and in terms of the upward movement. Good delivery again from Han. Anderson handling it well. The over comes to an end at 200. Came up in this over with Wickham getting a single. So 200 for 3. Kevlin Anderson on 17, Wickham on 20. Just 13 runs adrift on first innings. Drawing level on first innings and then to take a lead. But that parental support we were speaking, when we saw that with Trinidad and Tobago, we say if West Indies cricket ought to get back to where it is, the community part in terms of the parental support will be important. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, I think parental support, it adds a different kind of drive towards the players, like so that they know that they have support of someone behind them. So for me, it really pushes me forward, I would say.
Well played by Wickham off the pads. That's another 4. It will not hold up inside the ropes. He got that off the pads and he just flicked it. It was meat and drinks.
For sure.
Even though Joel is a young, you've grown. Accustomed to seeing you being this little diminutive short guy. He has power and can really give it a good lift. So the CWI would have provided all the support at that youth level, and now the academy base and the A-team base all happening. How? But the umpire says no.
Lovely skip.
or you would have to try again. And then with the women's cricket being given a lot of support, I think that is one thing we can say that has reconnected the continued support, the academy, the under-19 team, the A team, all will feed into the international team. Oh, nicely played. Daft stroke on the part of the man, Kevin Wickham. Just steered that one past the slips. And, just watched it nicely. And immediately took off for the run. But realized that it had the timing and the placement to go down the hill. Wickham moves on to 28, 208 for 3. So, Joel Andrew, my big question for you, are you anxious about the Under-19 World Cup? Or are you so calm and focused that it doesn't matter?
I would say calm. It's not really something I can't handle. But it's all about respecting the game and thinking about what's there to come. Can't go into the World Cup saying that it's easy, because it won't be. There will be challenges throughout. It's all about respecting the game for me.
Wow, that's quite deep and profound to hear. The youngster respecting the game. Lovely bit of running between these two. 2 runs, but they were not as easy. You saw in the end, Kevlin Anderson, who is so decisive between the wicket, doing it. So we're hoping that the West Indies on the 19 can bring home the goods. Different environment. It is South Africa this time. Not, well, you guys would have played in Sri Lanka. South Africa, you guys would have an opportunity leaving, adapting to the conditions. And then loud appeal from Hoey, but no, that appeal was not given in the affirmative. Kevlin Anderson remains on 79. Kevin Wickham on 29. Joel, just your comments, and then Vernon Springer will pick it up from me. So you guys are looking forward to taking the World Cup.
Yes, it's been something we've been discussing from February up until now. My coach, Ron Nurse, he's been laying out respective, I would say, roles we have to do in the team, and from what we have to do to be great in terms of a team. And I think his support and the staff really push us forward towards that target in the World Cup, and I'm just excited to see what's ahead of us.
So thank you very much, Joel Andrew. You may want to say some parting words during the over, but we are delighted on the 19 wicket-keeper batter for the West Indies on the 19 team, as they are looking forward to take the World Cup by storm. Joel Andrew is in fact an Antiguan. He plays for the Pickett's Cricket Club here in the local season. Also plays for the Antigua national team, the Leeward Islands on the 19, Leewards on the 17, and recently had his first looking with the Leeward Islands team in the Super 50. And we're looking forward to great things, not just from him, but from the lovely delivery. That one was heading down leg. He looked as though he was trying to work it off the pads. In the end, good bowling from Matthew Foster, the wicket taker, who has come back. Any parting words?
I would like to thank you for having me here, and everyone that's been supporting me throughout my career. It really means a lot. And to my mom for always sticking by my side. And to all my coaches and well-wishers, thank you for everything, and I won't disappoint.
Well, for sure. We know you won't disappoint. We know you have faith. We know you have talent. We know you're a gift from God for the cricket. All the best, and we look forward to chatting with you some more during the game, maybe tomorrow, maybe during the next game. Thank you, Joel Andrew.
Thank you.
Good delivery again from Foster. Well defended by Kevin Wickham. Yes, Joel. Vernon Springer is going to replace Joel Vernon. It's so breathtaking to hear from that youngster.
Well, he's pretty grounded, and that's quite important. Just to let you know, he was also the captain of the Leeward Islands under 17.
That's right.
So just thought that in the local competition for Pigots Sports Club, you know, is something we spoke about, Seth.
Yes.
The tremendous amount of pressure on him as
Yes.
a young player, but he has lived up to it. And he talks about sacrifice. And you're talking about sacrifice, you know, I think his parents have made a huge sacrifice for him, and including the community and the school that he's gone to, really. But it's somebody that, you know, is being touted. He's got the platform to go all the way.
And I really like how grounded he is. Humble young man. Looks at the team's perspective. He's focused. And as you say, takes the entire community. Vernon, just 2 runs to get level and then take a lead. A good, excellent batting by the West Indies Academy.
It'll be disappointing that Teddy Bishop, when he looks back later at how he got out, that he didn't get 100, but he will be able to work on that. And you can see that Kevlin Anderson, he's certainly on a mission. He's a man who likes to make big scores, likes to put his head down. I like the approach here so far of Kevin Wickham. He looks very, very, very much organized, and I hope that he's brought his A game here today. And he certainly played some exquisite shots, especially when he comes onto the front foot. He's such a talented player, and he's somebody for the future that I personally feel that we have to keep an eye on. And even if he doesn't get into the original setup set, that we find a place for him. I'd like to see him get an opportunity to go to South Africa and play some cricket. I think that would harden him up a whole lot.
Yes, in those conditions, definitely. You spoke earlier about Teddy Bishop and how he got out. I thought it was also good real bowling by Foster. You know, to be fair, perhaps he didn't really expect. Well, you have to always expect, but a nice in-swinging Yorker. And when I look at it, he was facing 2 situations. Lunch, coming up in about 10 minutes, and within 10 runs of 100. I'm not quite sure.
The breaks.
Yes, the breaks on the mind.
It's a mindset.
And the landmark on the mind. I'm just trying to give an excuse because the innings prior to that for the day was just unblemished. And he's definitely one for the future.
First class half century for the young man.
Out caught
at first slip.
Oh,
Mike Frost strikes. And Kevlin Anderson will be very upset with himself. He was trying to get fancy. And that's the importance. He's upset with himself. That's the importance set of having a slip. And because he was trying to get fancy, he didn't get close to the pitch of the ball. He sort of pulled away from it. If you look at it here on the replay. First slip in position. And good, sharp, excellent catch there. Anderson is upset with himself. He's beating up himself as he goes back to the pavilion. But what a knock from the young man, Kevlin Anderson. He's very disappointed as he goes into the dressing room, and he knows the responsibility of getting out at that period of time. But really, Mike Frost striking for Ireland Academy.
Well, when he looks back, he would say, I am unfortunate. But he holds very high standard. You get that impression from Kevlin Anderson. And I thought what happened, previous over, 2 overs prior, he got back and he spanked one to the cover. He was in the same vein, but on that occasion, the ball spun a bit sharper on him. And he was just about believing he had control, dabbing it instead of cutting it. Gave up the wicket. Nevertheless, good performance. In comes the West Indies Academy captain, Naeem Young. Another young guy for the future. And he replaces Kevlin Anderson after the second player to score a half century goes back in the pavilion. The captain and Wickham can now stand up. They have the destiny of the team in their hand.
Well, we've seen 4 half centuries so far. Cade Carmichael on first-class debut. And Murray Cummins, who got 93, and now we've seen the man himself, Kevlin Anderson, going back for 79. Naim Young is no stranger to first-class cricket, and he's a very busy player. If he gets going here, he could be able to take the attack away from the Ireland team. Gets his first delivery from Foss, and he's driving up to mid-off, straight away, down the ground. He'll have the legs to go all the way for 4. That's a good, positive shot. His form continues from the one-day series. That's a lovely shot by Naim Young. Lovely off-drive, down the ground for 4. 215 comes up, and the West Indies Emerging Academy is off and running.
Speak about form, you also speak about confidence, because every player does not get off the mark first ball by dispatching it commandingly for 4.
Frost to Naim Young is back and just punching that to the short mid-wicket fielder, who's diving away to try and stop that. West Indies Academy, they lead by 2 runs now, so they've taken the lead in this over. Young 4, Wickham 29. Wickham just needs to build and go on from there. Bang on target is Frost. A lot of faster delivery. He's mixing up his variations here, Mike Frost. West Indies Men's Academy, they lead by 2 runs. Again, drop catch. That was a little bit too easy, Jason. Can we see that again? Just looked casual. I thought it was a bump ball. Jason said no. Oh. It can't get any easier than that, as I have my colleague Joel join. Joel, good afternoon. Joel.
And good afternoon. I also thought that was actually a bump ball as well.
I thought as well too. They just looked so casual. I couldn't believe that it was a catch. Even the bowler looked like he was surprised that it came back like that. But Frost has dropped. Naim Young on 4. A P for leg before. I think he's in trouble. The arm ball. Misjudged by Naim Young. And hit between wicket and wicket. Jason, we've got this one.
Well, padding out the wrong one on that occasion, Naim Young. Yeah, absolutely no doubt in the umpire's mind, umpire Banwari on that occasion. Had quite an easy decision, not playing a shot, Naim Young. Definitely going on to crash into those stumps. So, a couple wickets falling in this over, 2 to Mike Frost. It's now 215 for 5.
Jason, if you could just show us back that one, because Joel did make a good comment there. It was hit just below the knee roll. Joel, arm ball, left alone. Yes. From our vantage point, looking at right here, look as if he would have taken out the middle stump.
Yes, probably one of the easiest calls umpire Banwari is going to have to make all day. A couple shouts they had today, Emerging Ireland. That the first successful LBW shout, I believe, for the day. But yeah, just misjudging in terms of the line and length of that one, because it was extremely full. He came forward, which was indeed the correct movement, but the line of it didn't properly pick up the line. Naim Young and, well, pulling themselves back into this one, Emerging Ireland.
Well, we've talked about it all season, Joel, Marin, in that we've seen both teams who have had good starts, and then all of a sudden we see a fold of wickets, and we're hoping that won't happen today. Callum Boyne-Tuckett, who is quite capable, he's come out to join Kevin Wickham, who's facing this Matthew Foster delivery. He's undriving down the ground and getting an easy single. So he goes up to 30. Now brings Callum Boyne-Tuckett to an excellent game with the gloves. He will now need to get himself a half century, his high score of 68. And he's quite capable of getting his act together. Good game on here, Joel.
Yeah, certainly a good game on. Indeed. I had a chance to walk past Naim Young in the lunch area. And I questioned whether or not there's a conversation with regards to only batting once. He said, well, we're looking to bat and bat well. Yeah, but these quick wickets certainly put a different spin on things at the moment.
3 slips of gully. Backup point for Colin Tuckett, who leaves alone his first delivery. And Matthew Foster, he now feels, Joel, that he can maybe get a fiver here. He's got 3 for 40 in his ball well.
Yeah, he certainly has bowled well and been rewarded for the lengths, especially that he's bowled on this surface. He's put the ball just a bit fuller than that 6 to 8 meter length, and because of that, has answered a few more questions along with the movement that he's getting.
Colin Tuckett is not. Driving straight up to mid-off. Can't score. They're looking for more wickets. They've got support. Foster's getting the support. Unlike yesterday, Joel, when 9 Young would have backed off, today, Ireland trying to keep the pressure on the West Indian batters. They got 3 slips of gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. They're searching for more wickets. They've got 5 already.
Yeah, so that phase of the game where it's a case of here and now almost. Oh my, wow.
That's a beautiful leg cutter. Squared him up completely. The only thing that didn't happen, he didn't touch it. And the ball is darting around here, Joel Manning.
Yeah, Frost has still been able to get that ball to move just a bit. Not as much, obviously, as when the ball was a lot newer, but certainly still a bit of shape away from the bat for him. And once again, because of the lengths that he's persisting with, he's really drawing the batters into a couple shots.
This ball is 66 overs old. Here is Colin Tuckett whipping this one away beautifully behind square for 4. Offline. And he kept his balance, the young man, and played a beautiful shot. Didn't overhit it. Just rolled the wrist on top of it. And it sped away for a lovely boundary here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. That will give him some confidence. He's off the mark.
Yeah, it certainly will give him some confidence. Going searching for almost what you consider that magic delivery there on that occasion, Matt Foster. You saw a couple of deliveries ago, the ball shape away quite nicely. And most fast bowlers, when they see that, they decide, okay, I can maybe start a bit straighter, maybe a middle and leg type of line, and get that ball to just do a bit more from there.
Foster to Tuckett back and punching up to cover. Can't score. End of the over. An over in which some 5 runs came. 220 for 5. 66 overs bowled. I wanted to make a point, Joel. The good thing about this ball is 66 overs old, but we've seen a shiny side, which means that the Irish, they've been very professional, understand the conditions, and they've been able to keep that one side very, 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 very shiny.
Yeah, indeed. Just going back very quickly to where I was making the point in terms of here and now, because you're looking at a position of 220 for 5, especially on a track whereby it is hard for the bowlers. When batters are new, when batters are fresh at the crease, it's a case of ensuring that you kind of apply that pressure on them so you could kind of, I guess, mimic the type of slide that emerging Ireland had in their batting innings. So instead of looking at West Indies Academy putting on 360, 400 even, with the possibility of batting once.
Wickham comes forward to a Frost delivery.
But yeah, instead of looking at those types of numbers, all of a sudden, with a little bit of a slide, you're looking now at maybe a 260, which is just a deficit of 40 odd, 47 odd or so.
Colin Tuckett just coming down and saying to Kevin Wickham, let's get off strike, let's try and ruffle them, get a single. Here is Wickham playing a loose shot. He was looking to hit that somewhere in the CIU headquarters area, lost his shape, and the ball went down to deep backward square. And every now and again, that mental break, he just thinks of doing something out of the norm. But he's still there, he survived, got a single, goes to 31, and brings Colin Boyne Tuckett, who's on 4, into strike. Frost. More or less a finger spinner. Getting the ball to really get some revs, get his variation going here. 221 for 5. They need a partnership. Tuckett, Wickham. It's going to be very important. They need to bat up to tee. Tuckett is back and turning this into the short mid-wicket area. For a moment, Wickham thought a single was on, but the fielder was approaching very quickly and shut that down. 221 for 5. Tuckett is 4. He's backing across stylishly. Wearing a big number, number 10. What was your number, Joel, when you played some sport?
You assume I got to the stage where I could put a number on my back, Vernon.
221 for 5. Jason, what's your number? You got to tell me. What is your jersey's number, Jason? Jason says he's wearing a big number, number 7. Here is Tuckett drive in into the offside. Fielder keeping his eyes off of the ball. Pressure on him. They get 2, and they're thinking about 3. Colin Tuckett is coming back for it. He gets there quite easily. Good running. A busy Colin Tuckett and a languid Kevin Wickham. They get the job done in the process. 67 overs completed. 224 for 4. And Kevin Wickham is not out on 31. Colin Boyne Tuckett is 7 from 9. But there will be a number that you like, Joel. You know I'm not going to let you get away. You know I'm not going to let you get away.
The number is 8, Vernon. Number is 8, simply because my birthday is the 8th.
There you go. There you go. Got a number, man. My number is 22. Joel?
Any special reason behind 22, Vernon?
22. Boy, it's a long story, Joel. You ever got knuckled?
Yeah. No, you said knuckled? As in knocked out?
We'll talk some more. 224 for 5. Just testing Joel here just to see if you understand what's happening. All good, my colleague. Here was that Yorker searching in. Joel from Matthew Foster. But Colin Boyne Tuckett staying side onto the ball, kept that out. You get the impression, Joel, that something is about to happen. It's either that Wickham is going to explode or Colin Boyne Tuckett is going to play an attractive innings. Or maybe Matthew Foster might pick up a 5er.
Well, deliveries like that, he could be a little closer. And just interested to see whether or not it was a case of it was a full ball that Colin Tuckett didn't come forward to, or whether or not that ball actually kept low, because that is something that you'll monitor as we head across into day 3, into 4, because we know here at Coolidge the case of occasionally balls keep low, and that one, to my mind, actually just kept a touch low. There's something, I guess, the first signs of a delivery keeping low here in this 4-day game.
The West Indies Academy, they're batting last on that. Here is Tuckett back and can't beat cover.
And hence why I had that discussion, that mini discussion with Naeem Young, who didn't really give me that much. But yeah, because of moments like this where we've seen across the first class tournament, we're seeing across the head of the weeks where balls have kept low going into the latter stages of this game. Certainly why it is even more important here for West Indies Academy to pile on as much as they can to ensure that even if they have to bat a second innings, there are not many to get for them.
It's the first one so far into day 2. Here is Tuckett squeezing this one away, past the gully, racing away. He won't get 4. They were ball watching, and they're not been ball watching. They might have been able to get 3 there, but they got 2 in the process, and so that's okay. Tuckett goes up to 9. Score goes up to 226 for 5. The lead is 13.
Yeah, if it were Foster, I wouldn't mind that too much. Yes, this runs against his name, but it is opportunities. And once again, the opportunities come when he's been considerably fuller, and that's where he has been across yesterday and today.
Foster to Tuckett. He gets a back of the length delivery, stands up straight, rides it well. He's a short guy, so it means that Foster would have to get it up maybe about the grill area. Don't know if he's thinking about that. All I know, Foster is thinking about trying to see if he can hit the stumps and knock over Colin Tuckett. Or maybe get him nicked off to one of those slips behind. 3 slips, a gully, a Backward point to cover, mid on, mid off. In the process, and Tuckett gets a wide one. Was thinking about it, changed his mind very quickly. End of the over, 68 overs bowl. The West Indies Academy there, 226 for 5. Kevin Wickham is 31 from 42. They've lost since lunch. Kevlin Anderson for 79.
Yeah, glorious pictures there and the backdrop. Is that a piece of the runway there, Vernon, heading off towards the waters?
Yes. Cameraman, I don't think he's listing us, but if he can, he could span that even a little closer for Joel, or just go a little wider, take out the shot, the pavilion shot. He looks as if he was maybe just spanning into the Jumbie Bay area, back and punching that up to cover. Mike Foss from the CIU headquarters in here in Antigua and Barbuda. Kevin Wickham. Back and across. Now, when he plays like that, Joel, he gives me the body language as if like, no, I should have hit that. That's just my logic of thinking. I might be wrong. He might tell me, it's just me just trying to get my composure. He wanted to bring his A game here. Kevin Wickham. He's back and trying to beat the short extra cover. Who shadowed it up to the mid-off fielder. Who's very close. One thing for sure, Joel Manning, is that the Ireland captain has kept the mid-on and the mid-off up most of the times. Forcing the West Indians, if they want to go big, to go straight. There's appeal for a leg before, but that was going down, more or less. Might have pitched maybe outside the line of the leg stump. He sort of bowled that one. Jason, let me see that delivery again.
Yeah, just saw the gesture of Kevin Wickham also going with the arm. But yeah, sliding in to him and probably sliding past the leg stump, certainly on that occasion.
Mike Frost. Here's Wickham back and punching that out into the offside, getting an easy single. And just giving width, more or less. And as Matty has been saying almost all day, outside of Matthew Foster, let's look at this one. Yeah.
Sliding down leg. Impact also outside the leg.
Clearly.
As well.
No trans lines here for us, but our eyes are not too bad, Joel. We picked that up. Thank you, Jason. Tuckett is looking for a single to the square leg area. Over completed. They're getting through these overs very quickly. With the lead of being 14. Tuckett is 9. Wickham is 32. Look as if we will have a... No, not a drinks break as yet, but it's got to be certainly not too far off. Anytime soon. Should be coming up with that. 227 for 5. They're going to need a partnership. So, we still got the big man, Matthew Foster, who starts his 19th over, 3 for 46. It looks as if he's prepared himself for a long day.
What I can tell you is that the physio will be working extra time tonight on both Foster and Hand.
I like that, Joel.
Really put in the hard yards. Two seamers for emerging Ireland.
Here is Wickham coming quietly forward, playing it into the vacant mid-wicket area where there are vast acres of space, and Colin Tuckett calling him through for a very well-run single. Later this afternoon, Joel, the legendary drag racing event taking place up at the North Sound Racing Track. You've got cars from St. Martin, Anguilla, Montserrat, Nevis, St. Kitts, Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda. I think you even have cars from Trinidad. Over 30,000 and counting up for grabs today.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be fireworks.
Oh, that's good. I'll be dragging myself into bed after this.
Oh. Joel is, you can imagine, Jason, Joel told me that he likes the beach. He came here, Mally Richards worked him up into the beach concept, and he's been here like 3 times and not even bothered about the beach anymore. Dot ball here to Matthew Foster. And I was trying to get him out so he can go to the drag racing and see some action. He says no.
Oh, you see, Vernon, at my age, one must
Your
enjoy
age.
the comforts of, the bedding and sheets and, just take it easy occasionally.
He's not even in the 50 club yet.
I'm on the other side of the hill, Vernon. It's all down from here. Knees and all.
Come on, Joel. Matthew Foster to Tuckett. Tuckett driving through cover. He'll get a couple of runs here. He's going to come back for 2 quite easily. Can coast the second one. Good positive shot.
Yeah, good positive shot.
Colin Boyne Tuckett. He goes to 11. Very high proportion of boundaries in this game so far, Joel. 63. And counting. 11 to Colin Boyne Tuckett. 33 to Wickham. He looks good. He's brought his A game. Just hope that he can continue to just bat and bat. Tuckett back and across, punching it up to cover. Looks a very organized player. Colin Boyne Tuckett. He walks away. He's trying to get his composure going. Lovely interview with Joel Andrew and Seth Burton. And it was important to hear the young man talking about parental support. Colin Boyne Tuckett, he certainly has parental support. His mother is his idol, his mentor, everything. Here's Tuckett whipping this one beautifully. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot by the young man.
Yeah, it certainly is. You didn't really see that one coming given how quiet things have been. But quite full on that occasion, drifting on towards the pads and picked up quite nicely towards that long on position. The end of 70 overs is 234 for 5.
And Tuckett is now 15, Wickham 33. We will take a Paradiso water break. And I think when we come back, we should be hearing the voice of Mally Richards. And just before I go, I think I saw something. Somebody sent me something. Mally. Jade Carmichael is heading to the Abu Dhabi T10. Jade Carmichael from the Leewards, from Nevis, played for TKR. So we say congratulations to the young man. 234 for 5. Jason will get a Paradiso water break.
A lead of 21 runs with Frost to continue. Oh, that's a loud one. And that's trapped in front. Frost picks up another. Wickham can't believe it, but he's got to go.
Yeah, the regular procession of wickets continues after this water break, Joel. Once again, left arm orthodox, in between wicket and wicket. Just a hint of shape away there. Evades the bat on that front foot. Looked a good decision.
Yeah, looked a good one. And he trapped in front is Kevin Wickham. He has to go for 33. And, well, it's 234 for 6.
And it's just another 30 again for Kevin Wickham. On this occasion, can't say he contributed too much to his own downfall there. Just good bowling from Mike Frost, picking up his third now. So we're seeing this innings follow in a similar fashion to the Irish Academy in their first innings. Big partnership and a regular loss of wickets.
Yeah, so it was a fantastic delivery from Frost, especially on the back of a break, being spot on. And it's a case of knowing that, you know, sometimes even something as simple as the water break, you know, 2 minutes just, you know, away from the game, a batter has to come back and get his feet moving again, these sort of things. And being on the mark rewarded simply for that, because yes, you would tell yourself his delivery at Nat, you know, Wickham could have gotten back on to, you know, gotten that bat out in front of the pad, but just because he was accurate, just because he bowled the right length, just because he bowled the right pace, that very first delivery, he picked up that wicket. And I know it's a case of, once again, in a position that I was mentioning just before you got here, Mali, the possibility of, instead of this target being 300 plus, no, it's looking more like a 260, 270.
Yeah.
Could they be on the mark?
Effectively just 20 odd for 6 at this stage. It's just the beauty of this game called cricket. Dominated for long periods, only just to get to par, really. The West Indies Academy, that was quite aerial as well, especially with that man in there catching at extra cover. So every delivery, it almost seems like something's going to happen here, Joe. Once again, just honing in on that front pad.
Frosty.
I hate the fact that because he said Frosty just now, I'm going to say Frosty the Snowman. It is that time of year indeed.
It is. Festive season.
If anybody's looking for my Christmas list, I can post it on in my social platforms for you. Posted here though, 234 for 6, an interesting position for the West Indies Academy, especially with Bishop and Bowen Tuckett here at the crease now. Batters who, yes, have the skill, but at the same time, just that ticklish period of play.
And also have yet to really be in this position or in this situation in a first-class game. Carlin Bowen Tuckett and Joshua Bishop. They haven't played too many first-class games between them. All this valuable education in terms of their development. He's gone hard and straight. Bishop off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, he launched into that one, a wicket to start, a boundary to close. It's 238 for 6. Yeah, showing that intent there, Joshua Bishop, letting you know, well, hey, this is probably my modus operandi for this scenario here now. A case whereby we're 6 down. If I could maybe pile on a quick 20, maybe pile on a quick 30, that could also change the complexion of things versus nudging and nerdling. Never know, that might be his approach. I guess we'll see as things progress.
Yeah, you're right in terms of the way he goes about it. There was a particular match 6 for the West Indies Academy in the just concluded Regional Super 50. West Indies Academy versus Guyana. They were struggling at 83 for 4. The last 3 wickets posted 128 runs in 18.3 overs. Josh Bishop 37 from 23 balls, 2 4s and 3 6s. Strike rate of 160. So as you're saying, Joe, that's the way he knows to play. And a valuable 30 here in quick time will go a long way in terms of just building a handy lead for this West Indies Academy team on what I think is still a very good pitch for batting.
Yeah, it certainly is a very good pitch for batting still. And we're going to see a change of ends now for Matt Humphries. He's bowled 14 overs so far, not picked up a wicket just yet. But I like this move simply because of the fact that spin has been dominant, especially at this academy level, especially in the Caribbean.
Especially here at CCG.
Yeah, you just tell yourself, if he can support Frostwell from this end, even if he doesn't pick up a wicket, if he's able to keep things tight, it tells you you'll get more shots like that from Joshua Bishop, which means a couple more chances as well.
Yep. Have to take a few more risks. Tuckett's been busy though. 15 from 23. He's looked to score at every opportunity. Big opportunity this for him as well. Young man really trying to forge his way in the game in the Caribbean. Wicket-keeper batter. We've got quite a few of them as well coming through.
A maiden over from Humphries. We wondered if he could keep things tight from his end. Did just that. 2-3-8 for 6.
Yeah, good over that. Good comeback over from Matthew Humphries. Bowling that maiden. Just keeping that pressure up. Keeping the new batter on strike for your boy Frosty to come back into the attack here with his left arm orthodox. Been absolutely superb. Maybe didn't start at his best, but as he's gone on, he's grown into his spell. Just a little bit more assistance on offer for him now as well.
We wondered, would Bishop continue? And he continues in fine form indeed.
Yes, advancing this time. Big 6 from Joshua Bishop over long on. Attacking, very attacking in his play. One of the highest strike rates, especially in the limited overs game in this West Indies Academy team. Didn't see too much of that in the limited overs series. But here, he's pounced. He's hit a 6 and 4 in his first 6 deliveries to move to 10. So it's clear he's going to be looking to apply pressure here.
A lot flatter on that occasion. Probably expected, given that the 2 occasions that he tossed up kept things a bit slower. He was dispatched back over his head. I would be encouraged, though, to just go back to that pace. Maybe drop mid-off, just back a touch. Not all the way to the boundary. Well, he dropped short. And, well, that was smacked.
Yeah, just dropping a bit too short there. Frost maybe just trying to make the adjustment from when Bishop advanced to him, but Bishop stayed at home this time, got a bit deep in the crease, crunched that through the mid-wicket area. So his second boundary. Now he's raced to 14.
It's interesting in terms of the change of field now. So there was a deep backward square leg that's coming back in. No. Deep mid-wicket is going out towards the boundary. But I'm just curious now in terms of the type of line now that he's going to bowl, given that he has that protection there, because that was for a fractionally short delivery, a place that he doesn't necessarily want to be too often. And while he swept and swept well, the Bishop train continues, Mali.
It does. Yet another boundary. Goes for the sweep again this time. Just got across his stumps there to access the onside. Joshua Bishop showing good enterprise, a good enterprising nature to his batting here, picking up his third boundary. Just 9 deliveries, 3 fours and a 6. He's looking to take it away from the West Indies Academy.
Prompts another change in the field now. Cover drops back onto the boundary sweeping.
I mean, from the Irish Academy. Lead now is 39.
It's very interesting what this approach of Joshua Bishop has done to Mike Frost, who was actually into a fantastic rhythm. He was bowling a similar pace all the time. He was able to pick up those wickets, but just going on the offensive, just going on the attack has kind of pulled him away from that extremely quickly, to the point whereby he's literally bowled 4 different lengths and 4 deliveries.
Yeah, but it's that line. I think he's got to be a bit further outside that off stump to Josh Bishop. Slightly different to Colin Bowett in the way he plays those deliveries, looking to get across the end of pretty expensive over from Frost. West Indies Academy now lead by 39, 2-5, 3 for 6. In fact, it's gone on to 40. West Indies Academy with that single.
Yeah, I just think from a Frost perspective, having him hit down the ground probably is the better option for him, even towards what will be the sweeper on the cover boundary as well, because that in itself is a bigger hit, requires a better connection. You're almost more guaranteed, especially with a bottom hand dominated player, to pull those balls quite nice, especially at a flatter trajectory. So telling myself that I would continue to hang just on a round off jump. Hopefully one might bite a little bit as well. Brings into account the possibility of the ball hitting the bottom of the bat. Long off runs around. My sweeper comes into play as well off of an edge with Josh Bishop going there. And I think those probably might be the better options for Frost should he get another over after this, which I think he should.
Yeah, I think personally he's got to be trying to drag Josh Bishop across and try and let him hit through the offside. Seems to be his strong area is through that onside and straight down the ground. Just got to drag it a bit wider.
Oh, that is hit well. Work to be done by Long On, but work will not be good enough.
Power on display from Josh Bishop. Once again, spoke about his strong areas down the ground through that Long On region. Diving was the fielder. Couldn't get anywhere near that one. Just showed you the immense power in which that was hit.
Yeah, that bottom hand
coming into play
of his there.
It's a good comeback. I still think they've got to be looking to drag him across here. To start that ball a bit further outside that off stump. Bit of purchase. Just misread the length
as well.
Yeah.
On that occasion.
Maybe just illustrating the pace that's needed on this pitch.
Yeah, umpire just asked him just get a little further across off of the wicket.
Or off that danger area a bit quicker. By Chris Taylor. That's the area. That's where you want him hitting, through that offside.
Yeah, definitely presents the better chance for the wicket. Forcing him to use that top hand more in that shot.
You mentioned his bottom hand strength. That's a bad area though. Can't bowl there. Bit too straight again. Deposited into the sticky wicket area. Massive 6 over square leg.
Yeah, anytime he's going to go to that leg side, yeah, they're going to be counting 4 or 6 in the mood that he is in at the moment, Josh Bishop. Things just running away now from emerging Ireland. And it's funny enough, these types of moments that kind of set up the game once again, because you're at a position whereby lead wasn't that much. You had Bishop there at roughly, let's say, about 4 runs onto the board at the start.
Yeah.
And just, I guess, not necessarily adjusting or adapting quick enough, you know, find yourselves 50 runs below.
In a short space of time.
I was trying to be malicious there.
Yeah.
Listen to the conversation between skipper and bowler to hear the plan. The sweeper comes off of the boundary. Deep backward square leg is on the boundary for Carlin Tuckett.
And when Bishop strode to the crease, we did mention his hitting ability. The ability to find the boundaries. He's come out and he's added the impetus that this West Indies academy would have needed. Considering it seemed like a collapse was on the cards here. Similar to the Irish academy when they lost their last 7 wickets for just 40 runs.
Ball, Frosty.
He'll be happy with this.
Come on, boys. Come on there.
But he's bowling to 2 different batters here, Carlin Bowen Tuckett and Josh Bishop. Can't afford to be as straight as he is to Tuckett to Bishop. And he's bowled him. Played all over that one was Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Full in length, very full. And just seemed to play all right over the top of that one. Actually into the pad, onto the stumps. And another wicket goes down. 6 down now. 7 to be exact. Tuckett goes for 15.
$263 for 7. West Indies Academy. Yeah, playing over that one as you mentioned. Mali taking a bit of the pad, which pushed it back towards the direction of the stump. They'll take that wicket. They would have preferred the wicket of Joshua Bishop, but they all count here towards the possibility of bowling the West Indies Academy out.
We've got a game on our hands here. Real competitive contest. The Irish have roared their way back into this match.
The thing is that you always knew it was possible. It's just a case of the discipline that was required at certain stages. And I still think back to the fact that, yes, bowling with 2 seamers has proved somewhat of a challenge, but at the same time, there were slight adjustments that could have been made a lot quicker, that could have proved, you know, to bring a lot better results, especially on the seamers end of things, whereby on occasion, and I think back to Fionn Hand, who consistently hit, you know, that 6 to 8 meter type length, and he was good there, yes, but on this surface, it wasn't necessarily what might have been required had he gone a bit full, and we saw what
Just
happened when he did, you know. We saw the results for Matt Humphreys, or rather Matt Foster, when he went fuller, picked up those wickets as well. Then his spinners at the start of things were a bit too flat in terms of trajectory on the surface. A lot of the batters were able to get back, cut them away, especially given the pace that they were bowling at. Made those adjustments and rewarded.
That's for sure. Frost now approaching a 5-wicket haul. Young man. Into his 11th over now. Just 2 deliveries remaining. Ashmead Ned, the new batter at the crease. Once again, just going on with the arm. Taking the inner half of the bat.
The battle of the left arm
It
spinners,
is
Mally.
the battle of the left arm spinners. I know Ashmead Ned would not want to get out to his counterpart. Joshua Bishop, on the other hand, looking to take their lives on every opportunity. Going so hard, but the end of another successful over for Frost. West Indies Academy 263 for 7.
Yeah, the other thing about it is that given the longer form of the game, no fielding restrictions, you could also have the possibility of the in-outfield on both sides. Given that, you've realized that they've not necessarily stuck to saying, okay, I'll bowl outside the off stump, have it hit me there. They bowled a couple outside off, bowled a couple a bit straighter as well. And if you're going to bowl both sides, then, you know what, fair enough. But also set that feel for it, whereby now there's that additional risk factor for him with your in-outfield. And actually, we're going to see a bit of that here now. Not necessarily in-out, all out on the leg side at the moment. Deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on as well.
But just willing to give him a single here so they can bowl to the new batter in Ashmead Ned. They want to bowl the majority of these deliveries to Ashmead Ned. Nice tight line. In the end, Bishop just goes back and knocks it down to long on for that single. Brings Ned onto strike now, and this is the crucial bit of play for the Irish Academy. They'll be crowding Ashmead Ned. You'll see more attacking fields now. Slip in.
2 leg. Left arm round.
I'll make a point after this with regards to the single discussion that you were mentioning, Mali.
Ooh.
For me, with Ashmead Ned setting up as if he's just going to play anchor, I actually, funny enough, tell myself, and I guess I think from a very attacking mindset, in the sense that I would tell myself as the bowler, I actually have a greater opportunity of the wicket with Josh Bishop in the mood that he's in. And if I can just get it right in terms of the line and length, get it right in terms of the field placing, then that is where my wicket opportunity stands, instead of looking at the other side of things with Ned, who is looking a little more textbook, as you would say, not necessarily looking to get after it, just looking to hold up things and allow Bishop to go from the very next end.
But he's also batting at number 9. You take that into account, so I don't think he can be that good of a batter, to be fair.
Ned would beg to differ.
You know, I think this is the opportunity for him. I agree with you. With Bishop playing the way he is, he presents more of an opportunity, but he can also hurt you in a short space of time. So it's just that fine balance, as you say, between attack and defense.
Overbowled, it's 264 for 7 here on day number 2 of this 4-day encounter.
But it does just illustrate just how fascinating this stage of play is. You know, different ideas. It's interesting to see how these West Indies Irish Academy bowlers, especially Frost here with Bishop on strike. Let's see if he really makes the adjustment. As you were saying, he's just got to drag him a bit further across, a bit wider outside that off stump. At times we've seen Bishop counteract that by getting himself just moving a bit further outside the off stump to access the onside. Bit of cat and mouse play. Which way will it go here? Easy single down to long on.
You say easy, but a lot of work had to be done at long on just to get around.
The power in which he hits the ball with doesn't really seem to lift his bat with too much anger, but gets immense power out of those strokes.
Well done, Jobs.
And even with that defensive shot, yeah, it's a solid defensive shot, but it will keep the Irish interested because it's taking more of the outer half of the bat, especially with that slip in there. If you can just find one to just go a bit more, just a little extra turn from that same area, first slip could be in play. Oh, and he's honing in there, Ashmead Ned. Good defense, though. Keeping that front foot out the way. There. That's the one we were talking about. Bit of extra purchase from outside that off stump. First slip in. It's actually gone away for bye, so a real snorter of a delivery there from Mike Frost.
Oh, well, wow. Yeah, I certainly did a lot on that occasion, surprising everybody as well. Frost is wondering if they actually took bat. All pitch, my boy, all pitch on that occasion.
Went through that wicket keeper and first slip region. He's gone a bit finer now, his first slip. Going on again with the arm, so just posing a multitude of challenges here. As Mike Frost threatening the inside edge, the outside edge, threatening the pads as well.
And we're seeing that on the afternoon of day 2.
2, yep. Which probably just illustrates that as this match progresses, this pitch is going to become a bit more conducive to spin bowling. Well, it's the end of that over. West Indies Academy 269 for 7. As Joel makes his leave, I'm joined by Terry Laraji. West Indies Academy lead by 56, effectively 56 for 7 at this stage. And the Irish Academy has really roared itself back into this game. And at this stage, I think it's all evens.
Yes, good afternoon, Manny, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. Certainly done well. They told how all day, the Irish boys. Shot that dispatched through the mid-wicket area for yet another 6.
This guy has some serious power, doesn't he? Didn't really seem to hit that one, and it absolutely flew. He loved it as well. Look at the pose after the shot. Went quite flat as well, like a tracer bullet. That one went. Massive 6 by Josh Bishop. Moves on to, 37 now. I think that was his third 6 of the innings. Just 19 deliveries, Terry.
Yeah, just 19 deliveries, and what easy hit that with. Immense power through the mid-wicket region. So they're saying that the Irish boys have clawed their way back into the match.
They've got to be clever here.
Definitely, because this is getting away now.
It is. They've got to go to the in-out fields, I think, especially when Bishop is on strike. Try and bowl the majority of these deliveries to Ashmead Ned.
Yeah, 62 is the lead currently. And I'm quite sure that the West Indies Academy will be looking for
anything over
100. Yeah, which would be extremely handy as they look for the ball in the car park.
They still can't find it. Wow.
It's back in the hands now of Humphreys.
But we saw a little cameo from him. He mentioned in the regional Super 50, 32 of, to be exact, 20 odd deliveries. 37 of 23.
And again, he repeats the dose.
6 more by the young man. Into the 40s now. His 4th 6. So he's being very severe on the Irish left-arm spinners as Bishop.
Yeah, and he's enjoying himself immensely. Rocking back onto that back foot and just plastering them. High, wide and handsome over the long on region.
Yeah, and that's his area, isn't it? Down the ground, through that onside, very strong off that back foot. Joel mentioned, he's got a strong bottom hand as well. And then he covers up quite nicely.
Yeah, sedately pushes that up to mid-wicket.
So this is what we're saying here. We've known Joshua Bishop mainly to be a left-arm orthodox spinner, but what we're seeing here is that he's got the ability, I think, to be a genuine all-rounder. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, definitely. He looks to have great temperament and good poise at the crease.
Yeah.
Bats right hand as he pushes that through the cover region. There is protection out on that boundary, so just a single this time.
I'm willing to bet that those were his first runs to the offside, to be honest, with that shot. I'm not sure if Springer has any Vitamalts, but I would definitely say that shot there was the first time he's actually played one through the offside and picked up runs. It's Bishop. It's a good shot as well, that back foot punch. So as strong as he is through the onside, he's showing the ability to score on both sides of the wicket. The end of that over. 78 gone now. West Indies Academy 282 for 7.
Yes, as the lead builds, and the Irish will be quite aware of that. To pick up these last 3 wickets as quickly as possible, lead up to 69.
Bishop is absolutely key here.
He seems to pick up length very well, though.
Very well. He picks up the length very well indeed. Balls that aren't quite as short as you expect. He does just rock back. Uses the full depth of the crease. And as you said, just hammers them. Absolutely pummels them through the onside.
On strike now to Frost.
Got it. Goal, Frosty.
They've worked hard, the Irish boys.
Definitely have. Putting a good effort. Started with the fast bowlers. Matthew Foster in particular. I think it's been outstanding, to be honest.
Yeah, very impressive.
Moves on to 45 now. There's Josh Bishop.
Field just comes in slightly for Ashmead Ned. Ooh, slogs it over mid-wicket, gets enough of it though to clear the field. Picks up another 2.
So Josh Bishop came into this match with just a top score of 12. You know, only 2 first-class matches. So he's obliterated his best so far. And looking for what would be a fine half-century.
Frosty.
Quite timely 1-2 for the West Indies Academies. They were just starting to slide there.
Yeah, just halted the slide as Bishop this innings. Just shows you how positive players can really take the game away from the opposition. Short space of time. It's not completely out of their hands yet. The Irish Academy, they're fighting away, trying to stay in this one now. They'd want to dismiss West Indies Academy for a lead below that 100 or so, as you said, Terry.
Yeah. Completes Frost over. 4 for 52 is taken off 13. 285 for 7, West Indies Academy.
And he won't be thinking of coming off at all because he'll be wanting to pick up that
The
first fifer in his first-class career. Mike Frost in not the most helpful of spin bowling conditions, so he must be commended as well for those figures of 4 for 52.
Just the two wicket takers for Ireland, himself and Matthew
Foster. We're saying Foster just looks so professional in his approach, isn't it? He looks like a seasoned pro, someone who could have a pretty long career even in county cricket and the like, especially in those English conditions. This one goes away though past that first slip quite quickly. Thickish edge, another boundary, so Bishop now moves to 49, just one away from his first class half century.
Yeah, played that rather well, late cutting it past the slip fielder. This has really thrown the cut amongst the pigeons, though, as far as the Irish are concerned. They did not expect this. And there it is. Well done, Joshua Bishop.
50 to Josh Bishop. What an innings it's been so far. Just the 27 deliveries, 4 sixes, 5 fours, and from ball one, he's been utterly dominant.
It's definitely a terrific knock, and came at a vital time for West Indies Academy. Lead stretches to 77. Still the 3 wickets remaining.
I was quite close to that off stump there. Ashmead Ned looking to make room to access the offside on this occasion. Bishop really wanted the single on that occasion. Sent back though, quite quickly from Ashmead Ned. So it tells you Bishop itching to get on strike here.
Can't blame him for wanting the strike, man.
Yeah, he's taking a fancy to these Irish bowlers. Can they counteract it though? Beautiful shot from Ned on this occasion. Just getting to the pitch of that one. Advancing slightly down the pitch. Over that mid-off area. Beautiful cricket shot from Ashmead Ned. So he now joins the party, bringing up his first 4 of his innings. He moves to 6 now.
That's well battered, Ashmead Ned, with use of the feet. So this lead now stretches on. Like to still be there at tea as we approach tea on the second day. 294 for 7. It's in the 80s now. 81 is the lead. Ned on 6 and Joshua Bishop on 50. I welcome back Vernon Springer. Good afternoon, Vernon.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. A beautiful knock by Joshua Bishop, recording his first class 50. 50 of 27 balls with 5 fours and 4 sixes. Strike rate of 185.19. And he's just come out and blazed away, put the pressure right back on the Ireland team. A lead of 81, and anything over 100 on this track is going to be very, 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 very tricky for the Ireland batting side. Who are not really batting well.
Most definitely. The pressure will certainly be on them in the second innings.
Here comes Fee on the hand. He's back with his 19th over.
Oh.
And a big shot here by the young man.
Take that.
It's gone all the way for 6.
And straight as a die.
That's a beautiful cricket shot. He hit right through the line. He's got good bat speed here. And this is a different Joshua Bishop. The partnership 37 from 34. I've never seen this side of Joshua Bishop.
No, and that was hit with disdain, that one. Woo. Stand and deliver.
300 comes up for the West Indies. They're 300 for 7. And because of this style of innings and approach here by Joshua Bishop, it's no cause for concern for the Irish. But they're still pushing ahead. They still got 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-on, mid-off. And they're saying, well, if you want to go, continue to go.
Yeah, and I think that's the right approach.
Let's see what happens. Free and hand to Bishop, who's 56 from 28 deliveries. Gets a wide delivery. And so what they're going to try to do now is bowl to an ultra feel and bowl him as wide as possible and get him maybe to play something loose. But anything in his arc, he's going to use those levers. He's going to use that bat. And if he connects, it's going to go far. 300 for 7. West Indies Academy on top. Oh, he's leaving alone, so he's thinking about 100 then. Wow.
I think he's thinking about batting the rest of the day.
I'm telling you, we have seen so far that Ned is no rabbit. Ned can bat. And Ned has shown that he's not going to give his hand away. They understand the antics and what is required here. A lead of 125, 150 going into tomorrow's play could be very, very, very tricky. Oh, he got a slow bump and it's gone through the keeper. Don't he? Go for buys, get a couple. No, Ned and him ball watching more or less, but he gets a buy. I think he wants to strike, so he's contented to allow Ned to survive these 2 deliveries. There have been 70 boundaries and 7 sixes Terry hit in this innings here so far.
Yeah, it's been boundaries galore.
Don't get fooled anyhow. Here is Ned giving his hand away. Soft dismissal. And they sent him back to the pavilion of the club fair in hand. That ball more or less bounced on him, got himself into a tangle. And if you're going to hit, that's what our good friend Joshua Bishop is saying. If you're going to go, go. Got big on him. Let's see that again, Jason.
Yeah, it got high on the bat. If he got no power into the shot.
Well, I know what happened. He was advancing. He saw him coming, and he bowled a heavy ball. That's exactly what happened. But Joshua Bishop is saying you got to go all the way. If you're coming, you can't hold yourself back. Ewan Lane, he's quite capable as well. He comes out to join his partner, Joshua Bishop, who's on 56 from 31.
Yes, and he was shown where to go by hand. A bit of frustration there by hand.
Yeah, well, you know what's happening, right? There's a lot of chatter that has been taking place before. The Irish bowlers are going to be able to get an opportunity to get after those guys. That's why Joshua Bishop is playing such a blinder here, because he's come out and has decided that he's going to silence the Irish bowlers. Let's see what the approach will be from Ewan Lane. 301 for 8. T is
imminent.
At least 11 minutes away. The lead is 88. And the way how Joshua Bishop is batting, we can certainly get a lead of 100 before T.
Middle, please.
As well as West Indies could be bowled up before. Ewan Lane taking the middle guard here. It's got a high score of first class score of 38. So he's quite capable. Let's see what his approach will be. Oh, okay. Well, we know what the approach will be. Lane is not going to hang around.
Yes, if we were ever in doubt, we're not in doubt anymore.
We're not in doubt anymore. I love that thing. I love that one. We're not in doubt anymore. Colin Boyne Tuckett, busy 15, really looked organized. And he'll feel himself undone. Pad bap onto his stump. Now they brought Foster. Terry, they're serious. 301 for 8.
They are. They want to finish this off as quickly as possible.
Somebody trying to get 5 wickets here. Would you take a bet on that? As to who you think might get 5? They've taken off Frost, so it can't be that Frost is going to be getting it. Matthew Foster, he wants 5 wickets.
He does.
Let's see what's going to happen. So let's see what the approach will be from Joshua Bishop. I know if Foster pitches up, Joshua Bishop is going to have a go. He's hit 5 4s and 5 6s so far. He'll be looking for more success. Foster has been very professional in his approach. 3 for 53 from 19 overs. He starts his 20th over. We're in the number 23. Smacked away, inside out, over cover. 1 bounce for 4.
Top shot.
Woo! That is a shot of a man in some sort of form. I think he's trying to send a message that he wants promotion.
He definitely wants a promotion, that's for sure.
That is a proper cricket shot. Jason, that's got to make the highlights. 305 for 8. Joshua Bishop is on 60.
He's on fire.
Matthew Foster, age 23, wearing a big number. Number 23 on his back. He's bowled well.
He's bowled very well, and the strength and conditioning of the young man.
He's got the ball to dart around.
He's basically been at it since last night.
Yeah. And he's up for the challenge too.
Yeah, you can tell he's a real workhorse.
He sort of rolled his fingers on that one, and Joshua Bishop didn't look at the ball there at that point in time, was through the shot before the delivery came. He's still looking and eyeing that mid-wicket area. 305 for 8. The lead is 92. Joshua Bishop is 60 from 33. Yes, if you're viewing or listening us, Joshua Bishop is on 60. And he's played some proper cricket shots. He's back and hammering that. Thought he could have hit that one inside out over cover, Terry. What you thought?
Could have hit it anywhere, but unfortunately got the toe end. Or the Q end, as they like to say.
Lead is 92. 305 for 8. Foster's bowl well. 3 for 57. You have to be here to understand how impressive he has bowled. Here is Joshua Bishop driving inside out to the sweeper. You get 1 run. Thought he could have got 2 there. But I think he's got enough confidence in his colleague, Ewan Lane, who's on naught. High proportion of boundaries have been hit here so far. 71, the lead 93. And you can tell that Matthew Foster is a growing cricketer. You could look at that. He's only 23 years of age, so he's got some more maturity to go. I think Ewan Lane is...
I think he wants the ball in his hand.
I think he's playing golf. He was nowhere close
nice full swing. He's just nowhere near the ball.
He was nowhere close to that. Never looked at it at all. He's got to watch the ball. Come on, Ewan Lane. You can bat. 306 for 8. Lead 93. Don't have to be a hero.
Oh. Got himself in a tangle there.
Yeah, because he was off balance. He was
all over the place.
Over completed. Mike Frost 4 for 52. Matthew Foster 3 for 58. And Fionn Hand 1 for 51. So the seamers for the Irish have got 5 wickets. And the left-arm spinner Frost has got 3.
4.
4, sorry. I'm robbing him of 1. I don't maybe want him to get the 5er. No.
Neither does his captain.
He's bowled cunningly. And he might be encouraging signs also for Ned and Joshua Bishop, as well as Wickham, on this track. It'll be interesting to see who will get the wickets for the West Indies. Lane just giving some assurance to Joshua Bishop. He says, you got this. Keep going. Bishop saying to him, well, you have to stay with me. So Joshua Bishop is thinking about 100 here. He's got 61 from 35. It's almost like a T20 innings here. And I don't want you to feel like he's been slugging. He's played some proper cricket shots. That one rushed onto him. He thought he was trying to overhit that one. He got out of position, never stayed in the shot. Just has to stay in the moment. One thing about Fionn Hand and Matthew Foster is that they've bowled a lot of effort balls.
Yeah, they've run in all day, especially Foster.
Number 24, Fionn Hand from the CIU end. To Joshua Bishop, he's not looking at the ball, he's just swinging at it. Never looked at it. He knows that, he's guilty of that. The lead is 93. I want to take some time out to salute the folks, the ladies on the manual scoreboard.
Exactly.
The sun is just beating down on them. They've taken cover behind the scoreboard here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. And I'm appealing. They need a shed.
They need something.
306 for 8. Got big on him. And he helped it away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Just use the pace. The new ball has been taken here as well too.
Lead up to 97.
The new ball brings runs.
Yeah.
.65 to Joshua Bishop from 38 deliveries. He's enjoying this knock. You maybe want to take this track all around the Caribbean with him. Down the onside. Glove work by Dehoney has been a tough time for him in the Caribbean. We saw him up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And even here, Fionn Hand looks like, you know, the old time days, Terry, and when you went out to play and you saw mud and you just rolled all over into the mud. Looks as, you know, whoever's going to wash those whites, which will be the laundry, they'll be wondering what's happening here. That's
shots
into the dugout for 6.
He's
Wow!
Well in control of that one. Right inside the line, hooked it beautifully.
Jeez, his players, his teammates were scampering for cover. They can't find the ball.
I tell you, for a guy who had a top score of 12, he looks like a top order batsman.
Look at this shot.
Disdainfully again.
And he didn't help it. He
hammered it.
Jeez. They can't find it.
Again.
So it looks as if it is stuck in the roof of the dugout. They now have to take off the entire... Oh,
so much for their new cherry.
It's all happening here. 316 for 8. The umpire's Christopher Taylor. He wants that red cherry. It's a kookaburra, and he wants to know if it was damaged. He says everything is okay, and he gives it back.
Yes, and the leader's past 100, Vernon.
103.
Dangerous times for the Irish boys.
We are 1 minute away from tea.
Ah, that's stylish.
So, at tea, the West Indies Men's Academy at the home of Cricket West Indies are 316 for 8, 83 overs, Teddy Bishop 90. But the man of the moment, we've seen 5 half centuries for the day, and none better, Terry, so far than Joshua Bishop, who has just lit up the crowd here. Small crowd here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Most definitely, and an opportune time there for West Indies Academy. Just when it looked like Ireland they did bowl themselves back into the game, but it looked like they were going to run through them, as did West Indies Academy do to them in their first innings. Joshua Bishop. They didn't have a Joshua Bishop in their innings. West Indies Academy have. And he's got that lead, most importantly, over 100. So all to do now in the second innings for Ireland when they get the chance. The pressure will definitely be on.
And in case you've just joined us, let's just give you a quick recap in terms of what has happened so far in the West Indies Academy innings. At tea time, they're 316 for 8, 83 overs bowled. Aki Mogis bowled Matthew Foster for 5. Matthew Nando, he was caught wicketkeeper. Dhoni bowled Matthew Foster for 1. Teddy Bishop was bowled by Matthew Foster today for 90. He faced some 159 balls, hit 13 fours and 1 6. Kevlin Anderson was caught. Matthew Cummins bowled Matthew Frost for 79, 149 balls faced, 9 boundaries. Kevin Wickham misjudged 1 from Michael Frost, for Matthew Frost. LBW for 49, 6 fours. He really looked in control. 9 Young. Let me just go through his innings. He was bowled by Frost. No, he was LBW to Frost for 5. Colin Boyne Tuckett really looked organized, business-like. He got 15 of 31 balls with 2 boundaries. Ashwin Ned was caught top in ball hand for 6. And the man of the moment has been Joshua Bishop. 71 not out, 40 balls faced, 7 fours and 6 sixes. Yon Lane is not out on naught. 316 for 8. Just to give you some bowling figures. Fionn Hand has bowled 19, in fact 20 overs, 5 maidens, 61 runs, 1 wicket. Matthew Foster has really bowled a disciplined spell between these two. Both Foster and Hand, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 58 runs, 3 wickets. Matthew Humphreys, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 79 runs, no wickets, and he continues to be expensive. Gavin Hoy, he's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, no wicket. Mike Frost, the left-arm spinner, he's bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 52 runs, 4 wickets. And Scott Macbeth is bowled a lone over for 11 runs. So, at tea time here, with a lead of 103, the West Indies Men's Academy, they're at tea, 316 for 8. Jason will take a power diesel water break. We'll be back in under 10 minutes.
Thank you and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of Cricket West Indies here in Antigua. We are delighted to greet you with the news that the players are just making their way back on the field, and the Irish, they are the ones who will be feeling the heat here because the West Indies Cricket Academy, they are leading by 103 runs, and we're just about to start the final session of day 2. Joel Manning is beside me. And Joel, how important is this lead at this time of the game, and how important has been the knock of Joshua Bishop, which really lit the park on fire?
Yeah, certainly lit the park on fire indeed. 71 from just a 41, and a difference maker for me in terms of this lead, because the conversation before was with regards to the possibility of West Indies Academy probably just batting once. With this type of lead, you probably tell yourself that they will have to bat again, but at 103 runs to the good, it certainly presents a challenge for Emerging Ireland when they come to bat. Again, we saw one ball keep low, we saw one also spin just a bit, so you just wonder heading into day 3 what the surface will play like as well. Will it be a bit more challenging for them to bat as well? So that 103 certainly are important runs for West Indies Academy.
Yes, and it's Foster, Matthew Foster, the man who took the first 3 wickets of the academy innings. He is the one who will resume. He'll be bowling though to Johan Lane. Lane has shown aggressive intent. This time he's beaten it. Drove at that one, was not really in position for the shot. The question for you, after we have seen that knock, well, we have not completely seen it, we are seeing it. Joshua Bishop, his man of scoring, would it be advisable for Lane also to be searching to hit the balls out of the park at the same time?
Yep, just keep going.
At both ends.
Really doesn't matter at this stage in that regard. It's just a case of pile on the runs when they come, take what you get. Because I don't think it's a case of they're currently batting for Joshua Bishop 100 or anything like that. They've played in this fashion after a few wickets fell and things have gone for them, and simply just continue until it all falls apart.
Gets back onto this one, running back for the catch. No, could not hold on to that. And Johan Lane gets off the mark and brings the man who is on fire, Joshua Bishop, to face.
Yeah, for me, and I know it might sound strange from a very traditionalist point of view, but honestly, I just think it's a case of get what you can while you can. At the moment, things are flowing for you. Just simply keep going with it, and where the chips fall, they may at this point. Looking at the field, every single person is back.
It's a ring.
Boundary.
It is literally a ring. In those days you were growing up and you were holding a ring in a circular motion. Look at it. Third man on the boundary, backward point on the boundary, point on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, straight mid wicket on the boundary, forward, a man forward of square and a man backward of square. There is no one inside of what would have been called a circle in ODI cricket. Beaten on this occasion. It would be interesting to see if Joshua Bishop changes his approach. He can go and take the singles, he can bait them, and now they're bringing in the field because clearly they don't want to be bowling to him in the next over.
Yeah, just the tactics of cricket. But if I were Joshua Bishop, I wouldn't necessarily consider changing my approach, because in looking to nurdle and nudge a single, all of a sudden you find the edge and he's back in the hut. You know, it's just a case of it has worked for you thus far. Just keep going with it. You say when it's your day, ride the wave until you crash.
The importance of a confident all-rounder.
Ride the wave until you crash.
And he crashed that one out towards the deep extra cover boundary. And Joshua Bishop is on fire. That was one. Someone tried to take off some of the fire, but the ball had enough legs to go into the boundary. He has really spoiled some figures along the wayside, because everyone would have come in for their fair treatment. 221 for 8 of 84 overs. On Friday, I think we were discussing about the approach in terms of development. And I believe that one of their targets would have been, can we bat at least 90 overs? You know, can we bat for a day? Well, they're 6 overs from that mark in the context of this being first-class cricket. And they are well, I believe, above their goal in terms of the lead. When they were going at, let's say, 173 for 3, you thought the lead would have been much more. But give and take, this is good. Fionn Han, a good bouncer coming back at Lane. Lane handled it well. But good to see that aggression.
Yeah, nice to see. There's still a bit of competition, still a bit of fight left in the Irish lads, even though they've been given a bit of a pounding from Joshua Bishop.
Ireland, they have come a long way in cricket. They have really done well. One thought that they may have been part of the reason. Lane has an almighty heave at this one. Falls within range of the fielder running back. So he will have to. One thought, to some extent, they did have playing the West Indies not qualifying if we were going back to the World Cup. Painfully. On one count was that series against the West Indies here. When they won that series, that really cost the West Indies quite some ranking points. And we say ranking in the sense of ranking. And, you know, the rankings were part of the Irish making their way up to international cricket. 20 years ago, you didn't hear much about that. But it's one of those teams that has really crept up well. Another bouncer angled into Lane. Lane just backs away with confidence. So good to see international cricket coming from those corners, the Netherlands, Ireland. Joel, we also have the Men's T20 World Cup coming up here in the Caribbean in the summer. And USA. Oh, that was a better bouncer. Bouncing a bit more. Johan Lane as though he's just casually enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a case of just having fun in the sun at the moment, because at one stage it was setting up a target in terms of with your top order batters. Things fell away for them, and now it is the back end of things. And hence why I said, you know what, just keep going in the fashion that you are. It's not a case of you're looking to almost fashion out an innings from Johan Lane and dig in and dig deep. Just have fun.
This time he backs away and plays it well. As cricket, the growth of cricket, I think, though it's the downside of West Indies cricket on the international arena, I think here is the opportunity time when you have the A team, when you have the academy both playing together at the same time at different, you know, location. The academy here in the Caribbean, the A team off to South Africa. And the under-19 team gearing up to play the under-19 World Cup. Nice feeder opportunities for Dr. Desmond Haynes and his team as they contemplate where they want West Indies to be in the future. But for now, the academy, 3-2-3 for 8 after 85. What would Bishop be telling Lane? We just got to keep going.
Swing. Swing and swing hard.
Must be saying, I'm going at it, my friend. 75 from 44. His half century came off 27 deliveries. He really changed the nature of the game, because it was at that stage where the Irish, they were fighting back. They broke that partnership between Anderson and Wickham, with Anderson and then Wickham and then Tuckett, and they were just going to have some inroads in, and in came Joshua Bishop. Now for the once, he looks as though he's intent to get singles in play. Goes to 76. When you have players like these who can be a star performer in the white ball game with the ball, can do it with the bat. Did not get any wicket on first innings, as he's really usually the wicket taker for the team. But then he can come and play an innings, a commanding innings. Lane is not showing commanding intent. He's not even getting close to the ball. But Joshua Bishop would have set such a solid example in terms of clean hitting, and not only clean hitting, how you can change, how you can reverse the tempo when things are pushing against you, because the momentum was with the West Indies Academy, and then the Irish stormed back, and then Joshua Bishop single-handedly pushed back, brought things back for the West Indies. Lane will get a 4, steered it and looked quite calm and quite collective in command on this occasion. It was pitched up, you see, short outside the off stump, and he looked quite competent and composed.
Yeah, this is a scenario right now where maybe Irish bowlers are unaware in terms of what exactly to bowl, unable to really stick to what will be a consistent line and length given the amount of shots that are being played, capitalizing on a short wide one there, Johan Lane, and not actually looking to flash at it, really and truly just steered it quite nicely, used the pace of Matt Foster there, picks up a boundary.
Matthew Foster just had a discussion. Ooh, that must be that was high and full. Johan Lane is a tall guy. That was, maybe that's why. Both umpires looked at each other. Lane walks away. Perhaps he's wondering what is going on here. Matthew Foster perhaps sweating a bit in the hands.
Hey, Todd. Nope. You want time, but my back, you'll get that back horrible.
You're hearing it in the mic from the stop mic, so we don't need to say anything. Lane is enjoying it, enjoying the contest. And on the other end, you see that man Joshua Bishop, as though he plans to have a longer stay at the crease.
No ball.
This time being called, but the first one was higher. But let me not say anything. I'm not quite sure if the call was overstepping or...
Yeah, overstepping probably is the only real logical conclusion on this occasion.
Yes, definitely. Did see that stride. Jason bringing that up on the screen. And that was clearly the case. So, man who comes into face. Joshua Bishop. Defending at the end of the over and showing that he wants to stay around. Perhaps he's sniffing at the possibility of 100. You may say that it is 24 runs away. But he has shown some intent, not only with the bat to push the score along, but also to be calm and to give assurance to the dressing room that he wants to be there at the end of the innings. "86 overs completed, 3-3-0. The lead, 117. We see quite some communication between wicket keeper and bowler. well, wicketkeeper, captain, and bowler. And now they're making an adjustment. And we'll have the luxury of a fielder at forward of square on the onside. Well, looks as though he's going to a mid-wicket position. Short mid-wicket, yes, just forward of square there. In comes the mid-on as well. And Lane hits over the top. Rightly so. And the fielder loses the chase. So it's 4 runs to Johan Lane.
Yeah, valid
Good effort,
on
yes.
the boundary, but just a case of his body being over the rope whilst also being in contact with the ball as well. Takes that partnership into the 30s between Lane and Bishop.
Bishop being the principal contributor. And this battle between Lane and Hand is quite an interesting one, because Hand has been very clear in his approach to Lane to pitch and angle the ball into him, not going up into the arc at any time. But Lane seems to be comfortable. Gets it full this time. Oh, there is someone in that position. And no challenge there. At what stage would Joshua Bishop want to take the strike? Because he had an opportunity earlier to get a single and he just resigned himself. No, I don't need that this time. Lane goes over the top once again. But will not get 4. Only 2. They're encouraging each other. Pretty good strike rate on the part of Joshua Bishop. Has been more subdued since tea. Good delivery. That one was angled into him. A good Yorker. He kept it out well.
Yeah, definitely fantastic cricket on both ends there. For Johan Hand in terms of going full searching. Johan Lane able to get the bat down onto it just in time as well.
Bishop declines the single on this occasion. 87 gone. 336 for 8. And you can see there the man Joshua Bishop trying to push towards top scorer position. But he would have to do some more to get past Teddy Bishop. Not too far away from Kevlin Anderson. But they have been the reason why the West Indies Academy can have such a strong reply to the Irish emerging players. 216 for the lead of 123. Joel.
Yeah, certainly that partnership between Bishop and Anderson certainly set up the platform. Might be a little disappointing in terms of how things fell away for them after that, but certainly Bishop, not just because of the runs that he scored, but the pace at which he has scored it as well, is really what I think is a real difference-making factor here this evening.
Bishop steers it for a single. Joel, I'm going to tell you here, if Lane can stay at the crease, I believe Bishop will be eyeing 100. Look at the change, the transition that we have seen in his approach. He's content to be defensive, to take the single, just to slow down the pace.
I think it's also the fact that when you look at the fact that the field is completely spread for him, but it's in for Johan Lane, the greater chance in terms of runs stands with Johan Lane at the moment. So yes, there is the possibility of him being on the verge of that 100, but also good thinking as well, you can say, on his part. Because of things like this.
Cracks it to the boundary. Lane is joining the party.
It's all about capitalizing on those opportunities. And like I mentioned, the fact that emerging Ireland pretty much have been stunned by the approach of Joshua Bishop and haven't necessarily recovered since then in terms of what to actually bowl. And those that have come out after have been given somewhat of a freedom because of the position that he's put them in. So I mentioned the fact that, yes, you've seen a drastic slowdown by Josh Bishop. I mean, anybody coming onto the stream now looking at those numbers will say, how are you saying slow down? But it's a case of, you know, he's now assessing that, okay, every single person is on the boundary for me. There is the possibility of me still hitting those sixes, yes, but the field is in for Johan Lane. He's striking the ball quite nicely. Let them bring in the field, bowl to him, and let him continue to capitalize until it's my turn again.
Wild delivery. You seldom see Foster straying or drifting down the leg side. He himself looks as though he's pretty much stunned by the proceedings. At one stage he had 3 for 39 when he took the third wicket of the innings. Now he's 3 for 75. And the score 341 for 8. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. But he handled it well in the end. Tall lad having to duck, having to get under that one which was angled into him. That seems to be the ploy from the seamers to him. Whenever they're full, he's having a go. Irish here under pressure. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a classy shot. It's not the shot of a tail ender. Can't call him that. He was on the back foot in a flash, and he really hammered that one. And he must be happy with his knock. And the players in the shred are delighted to see that he's providing the support for Joshua Bishop. 345 for 8. One delivery remaining before we get up to complete 88 overs for the innings.
No ball.
No ball, and he was hoping to get that to the boundary for 4. He did not. So we have seen the second no ball in 2 overs. That's what pressure does. We didn't see any for quite a while. Vernon Springer is getting ready to join Joel Manning, but if we were to recap, we would have said that Joshua Bishop has influenced the outcome of this game with the bat. Didn't do so with the ball. Lane and Torn would have had their initial say. And now it's the cat and mouse situation with the field being brought in. Last delivery, Bishop swings at that, misses. That completes the over. Excellent reply from the West Indies Academy. Your thoughts, Joel, and Vernon will join you.
.347 for 8. A lead of 134 runs. And I just thought, Joel, that Matthew Foster with this second new ball lost his chain of thought, lost his focus as compared to the yesterday's spell and the spell even just before lunch, and they sort of went off of the radar. Really didn't bowl those searching deliveries stump line enough with this second new ball at all.
Yeah, it was just a case of that ultra attacking. That certainly set them off, caught them unawares.
Inside edge, down to fine leg, fair in hand. The reason why I said that to you is because Lane has given them an opportunity. Even though Lane has got short deliveries, I don't think that they've bowled stump to stump enough to you on Lane. They've more bowled him more half volleys wide, so he's got long levers, so he can be able to swing his arms. I'd like to see them maybe bowl a lot more straighter at the stumps. The lead is 135, 348 for 8. Lane has gone to 24. And this could also, instill and boost some more confidence into the West Indies Academy dressing room. And the Ireland have to be very careful, because if this lead builds to 150-160 on a third day, could be critical here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Here is Joshua Bishop just opening the face of the bat, full ball wide of the stump and just steering it down to third man. It's almost a sort of pressure situation, as Joel Manning called it, where Joshua Bishop has come out and played a blinder, and the Irish have just not been able to recover, just don't seem to know how to bowl to him. He's hit spin, pace, everything out of the park here. West Indies Academy approaching 350. They're 349. And Lane is in strike. That one uppishly in the air, down to mid-off, but not quite carrying. There's no chatter at all, Joel.
Yeah, I think it's completely flat out there. Starting to feel the weight of the sun emerging Ireland. Things are always cooler when the game is going in your favour, and at one stage certainly they looked a lot more chipper when the wickets were falling.
Here's Lane just chipping this, more or less like a golf shot area. 350 up for the West Indies, make it 351. And the West Indies chipping away at their small targets. The lead goes up to 138. 50-run partnership between Lane and Bishop. Lane has got 23. Goes up to 26, Lane. So he's got 26 out of the 50-run partnership. Very impressive. More pressure here on the Ireland team. Oh, that's a good bumper, but he got under it. Fionn Hand has not bowled a Yorkers yet, Joel.
Actually, yeah, I think it was just one over goal, one to Johan Lane that he was able to dig out. But it's a case of looking at the approach now, somewhat resigning to the result of things in a way, in comparison to attempting to set something back up. Yes, it's gotten away from them.
Beautiful cricket shot. He stroked that out to cover. And Lane is showing that he can bat. He understands batting. Like I said, he'd be a difficult proposition to bowl to at the end of 89 overs. The West Indies Men's Academy, they're 352 for 8. The lead is 139 in reply to Ireland's score of 213 all out. So much action happening around here. You've got, I think, a Masters tournament taking place in St. Martin. I think it involved Anguilla, St. Kitts, Nevis in that competition, along with St. Martin as well. I think the final is today. I think it will be between Nevis and St. Martin. So some positive cricket taking place. We also have the big one coming up here on July 3rd. West Indies versus England at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's going to be on Sunday, a week from today.
Oh, Vernon, let's just stop you there. You said July 3rd.
Sorry.
July 3rd, which year is a week from here?
December. Yeah, I'm thinking about my birthday. Yeah, December.
I couldn't let you slip with that one, Vernon. I couldn't.
I'm thinking about the next summer, which is very far away from now. So spin back into the action. It's really a torrid time here. What do you do? What do you come up with? Where do you go? Where do you find the wicket?
Hello.
352 for 8. Frost looking for 5. Ooh, just needed an extra Superman with a ladder to just pull that one in. He got away with that one.
Left arm round, Joshua.
You on lane?
Oh, this is the only thing that I guess, well, this is a personal opinion in a sense, whereby in terms of the complete spreading of the field, because once again I say it resigns to making things just extremely easy for Joshua Bishop. Yes, he's gotten away. Yes, he has runs on the board, but you're still looking to break something through.
I think the scorers still have Matthew Foster bowling and really shouldn't be Matthew Foster. So they maybe have to make that change very, 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 very quickly on our screen. So we just want to apologize to the folks for that. Here is Bishop tugging this one out to the mid-wicket fielder, exactly out to the mid-wicket area. Return, powerful return coming back into him. Got one more delivery. Mike Frost. Thank you. They finally got that one right. Bishop 79. It brings Lane now into strike, who's on 28. In patches, he's look good. So he's nicknamed as Yogi. And you heard Joshua Bishop said, played Yogi. So it's obvious that Bishop is eyeing 100. Joel.
Yeah, just simply playing sensible cricketer, especially looking at the fact that with the field completely spread on occasions, taking that additional risk is not required. You have emerging Ireland on the back, but you have the possibility of 100 as well. You're playing smart cricket. I mentioned the fact that with the field in for Johan Lane, he was able to still capitalize on it, especially given that they were bowling several lines and several lengths to him. More often than not, it was back of a length where he was able to stand up tall and slap it, whether or not into the offside or through the leg side. But with the field spread here, having emerging Ireland on the back foot, it's almost a case of you're able to just walk yourself to where you want to be until they decide to come once again attacking at you, allowing you then to re-attack them if you so choose.
Bishop on strike, he's 79. He comes quietly forward and steers this down to third man. Frost just lobbing the return to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and this is why I believe, especially given that you have this new ball in your hand, you still have to give yourself those opportunities to take a wicket, because with the field entirely spread, batters playing once again what you consider to be your normal cricket, your options go towards being bowled, LBW, caught behind, given that everybody else is spread onto the boundary.
We've seen some 5 half-centuries. Here's a big shot here by Ewan Lane. That's a massive cricket shot, inside out, over cover for 6.
Well, the word that comes to mind for that one is exquisite from Johan Lane. Once again, looking at the fact that field came in for him, new ball will spring off of the bat quite lovely. He just had the time and he did that perfectly and deposited that one all the way for 6.
The lead is 148 and climbing. And Ireland has to be very, very, very careful. This partnership has already yielded some 60 runs and counting. They're going in confidence. Fair on hand. He's come under the pump. 7 off 2 so far. Offline bumper. Lane saw that from a mile. Stuck under it. Wonder if fair on hand wouldn't think about trying to come around the wicket and maybe tie up lane. Captain Dhoni saying, come on boys, keep going, but there's no energy at all. They can't believe what is happening. Here is Lane driving inside out, down to the third man area, peeled off very hard. And rushed down to the third man area. Lead goes up to 149. We've seen a high proportion of boundaries in this game so far. 77. 9 maximums. I think I'll have to talk to Jason, see if we can get some highlights of those 6s that have been hit so far. And Joshua Bishop, he would have to be in the conversation. He's 80. He's on strike. Down the onside again. Lucky that Bishop didn't get bat onto it. We've been playing a sort of cat and mouse game with Joshua Bishop. They've spread the entire field all around. It's almost like you want to say knock a ball 1 run where they put everybody out. And then they've now looking to bring everybody back in to try and maybe still keep him. But the way our Lane is batting, it's a nightmare for the academy team. How do they contain the West Indies academy? Bishop lost his shape there, missed out there. And he's looking for power rather than looking to hit that straight. Now he's rehearsing the shot. End of over number 91. The West Indies academy, they are 362 for 8.
Yeah, looking at that last shot off the last delivery, that's why I was saying that you still want to have a couple guys in attempting to, I guess in inverted commas, save one, apply some form of pressure, because basically by spreading the entire field, you're allowing him just to, like I said, work around that ball, walk things to a situation whereby you know must come back and attack him. So operating with what you consider to be that in-out field, whereby it's not every single person on the boundary, but let's say you have 4 closer fielders strategically placed based on where you're planning in terms of, okay, this is the line or length that I want to bowl Josh Bishop, because I've seen him bottom hand heavy. Majority of the runs have gone through the leg side. Consider bowling towards the offside of things, keep him there, and just make it just a tad bit more difficult for him, and allow him to still possibly consider playing those shots as well to give you the chance of getting his wicket.
Here is Bishop hoiking that one all the way over for 6.
In fact, Johan
Sorry,
Lane.
Johan Lane. My bad. Sorry, Josh Bishop. Lane is into the mix. Got the long levers out and carted that one over deep backward square for 6. That is a lovely cricket shot by the young man.
Yeah, it certainly is, but not helping their cause, because once again you're looking at the line of that delivery, angling down the legs. They just needed to help it. So certainly not helping themselves here at the moment, emerging Ireland.
Lead goes to 155 as Frost starts again. Ken Lane, gone through square leg for 4 like a bullet. Bam! Hits the fence. Pressure on the Irish. Frost can't believe it. It's almost like a hurricane onslaught here from Lane and Bishop. The lead 159 and climbing. 372 for 8. Frost. To Lane. Lane punches it past the bowler. Past mid off. Down to the boundary for 4. Ooh. Superb. Here by you on Lane.
Yeah, that's what you get with a new ball. As well, I mentioned the fact that with it being harder, it comes off the bat a little better as well. He thought it would have just been a single for him, but the timing was a lot better than he thought. In the words of Joshua Bishop, the complimented were wow.
163 is the lead. Lane approaching. A maiden first class half century. He's got a fifer here. Now he's looking for his first half century. Thinks about it and strokes it beautifully. Half century to Lane. What a knock. Well played, young man.
Well, who would have thought it that when we showed up here this morning, Johan Lane would have stroked a better than a runner ball of 50. It certainly has been a fantastic knock by him.
50 or 45 balls, 6 fours, 2 sixes. And somebody has just woke Mali up with that one. 50 to Johan Lane. 15 off the over. I'm counting. It's been an onslaught here. Somebody needs to send for the fire truck to see if they can out the fire. Now, Bishop is seriously thinking about 100. Joel. Goes to 81. Pressure. The Irish, they're wondering what has hit them. Frost has gone for 70. He's picked up 4 wickets. Could Lane continue to push the button? So, the lead 165. Final comments from you. Oh, Joel has disappeared out of the hot seat. They really have to get the fire truck here. 378 for 8. Woo! Joshua Bishop is 81. Lane is 50. It's all happened here, Mally Richards. You've been enjoying. Enjoying the fireworks.
Yeah, man. Since Joshua Bishop has come to the crease, he's really lit up this game, hasn't he? Now he's moved to 81 from 54 deliveries. And this partnership, 77 for the 9th wicket.
16 off Frost's last over. He's got 4 for 70.
Still looking for a 5 for here.
Yeah.
It's Frost.
I was saying to Joel Manning that Mali, as compared to when Matthew Foster and Fair Hand bowled in the opening spell this morning, even during before lunch, they bowled more stump-to-stump line. The second new ball, they certainly have not done that.
Yeah, it's just gotten tougher as the day has progressed. Opening spell was absolutely superb. They did threaten to force their way back into this match, the Irish Academy, especially when Frost was picking up those wickets. But it's been Joshua Bishop here. He's really taken the game away, and this lead has ballooned to 165.
Here is Bishop. Sort of almost, he felt in a way that he maybe missed out there.
Yeah, not sure why he wasn't running, to be honest. A bit of confusion in the running there.
Yeah, he thought that was a boundary, but it certainly was. Gavin Hoy comes back, and he could be a little tricky customer. One could maybe skid through. You never know.
It's gone Google there, though.
And Lane is gone all the way.
Massive 6. Picked, actually, by Johan Lane. Gavin Hoy. I'd love to see that one again. It looked like the googly. Just a bit too short. Turned right into the middle of Lane's bat. Let's have a look at this again. No, just a drag down, really, from Howie.
So Lane goes to 56. Howie comes up to bowl to Lane. He pitches it wide. He was looking for the stump in. It was so wide.
Had a long way to go, the wicket keeper.
He struggled. Gave Lane enough time to get back.
Very wide, almost on the second pitch when he took that. Actually, he was on the second pitch, the pitch right next to it.
It really should have been called wide.
Yeah.
385 for 8, the lead 172. The appeal for stumping, but just, as we'd say, cosmetic.
He's gone for the that leg spinner on that occasion.
There seems to be a party going on over there on the mound. Good camera work to execute that one.
Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association members and staff there, it looks like.
Lady Mitchell with her team, 385 for 8. One of the hardest working officials. Salute Miss Mitchell and her staff. She's certainly held down the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association office over the years. Lead 172. The partnership is 84, Mali.
Yeah, it's crucial, absolutely crucial, this partnership. At one point, it looked like the Irish could possibly bowl this West Indies Academy team out for just about a lead of 50 or 60 runs. This one's gone high, though.
I think he's undone him.
And it's caught. So the end of what's been a fantastic partnership between these two. Lane, the batsman, dismissed for 56. Top edge, easy catch through to the wicket keeper. Gavin Howie picks up his first wicket of this match. West Indies Academy, just the 1 wicket remaining now. 385 the score.
And Isaiah Thorne on debut comes out.
Big man.
Lane receives a standing ovation for his knock. And that was indeed a very, 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 very solid knock.
Solid indeed. His debut. First class 50 as well, coming in at number 9.
Wow.
The big man. Number 10, sorry.
Yeah.
Johan Lane, long levers. We saw especially on that shot over extra cover for 6.
Oh, that was... That's top class.
Top class, showing serious batting ability. And it's good to see as well, because it's an area in which I think the West Indies have struggled in the past 20 years or so. Is in finding runs in the lower order. Bowlers who can come and make valuable contributions with the bat as well.
This is a real good metal of test for them as well. Isaiah Thorne comes out. I think he has to get some long-range pads, Mali. He's a big guy. But
I think Bishop...
He's not in strike, so that's okay.
Yeah, I think Bishop's is going to go after him here, Mike Frost.
Yeah, I don't think he has a choice.
He doesn't have a choice, but he wants to pick up his 100 as well. And I think with the way he's been hitting the ball, 100 could possibly come up in this over. Only needs 18.
You like the sort of tactic that they've been trying here, Mali?
Well, it's 4 men on the leg side, 5 on the boundary now. From long on, cold corner. Deep backward square, mid-wicket, and chooses not to run. All defence here from the Irish Academy to Josh Bishop. Trying to get through this over unscathed. We know he's going to go hard in his area, and the way he's been hitting the ball today, I back him to find the boundaries. Hard again, but down 2. The man on the long off boundary.
I got a different tactic, Mali. I'd have been looking to play. There are vast acres of land here. I think he could have got 4 there if he just tell, Thorne, make up your mind, we're going to be running and running hard.
Could do.
Putting them under some pressure. He missed out, Mali. He's not watching the ball. I think he's trying to tee off, and because he's trying to tee off, he's lost his shape there.
Exactly. It's the first time that we've actually seen him try to overhit today. When he stayed in his zone and just made good contact. It's been more than good enough.
Yeah, I'll be thinking about 2, Mali. There are vast acres of space right here. I'd make them work.
And he's just got to pace it right, though. If he gets the right pace on those shots, he definitely could. But with 9 fielders on the boundary here, it's not something you see often at all.
No, and it might be a test for him too. Undone him. It's good control. I think he has to reset the mindset. And like I said to you, Mali, bringing in everybody, I'd have looked to get 2 because there are a lot of acres of space there, bill it, and make them think.
That's how he should be thinking, but everyone coming in now except that fielder at long on, all trying to keep Josh Bishop on strike here so they could bowl to the new batter in Isaiah Thorne. I think Bishop is going to go hard at this one. And he does. Over the onside again. Over that man in front of square. And another boundary. So 4 runs from that over. He's just 14 runs away now. Is Josh Bishop. Poor delivery really in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Mike Frost will be very disappointed with that line. And that's what we're talking about. With the new ball, they're just not bold enough stump to stump. Lines there, and as you said, with the field placing, you would have thought that he would have maybe tried and bowl the ball into the wicket and not off the wicket.
But just to illustrate your point as well, didn't really try to overhit on that one. Just made good contact, clipped away, and it raced away to the boundary.
The lead is 176, Mally.
Yes, they'll be hoping to get up to 200. Isaiah Thorne. All he has to do is just basically defend his wicket here, try and get Josh Bishop on strike as much as he can.
And try not to be the hero. But you never know, he might fancy himself to be a hero here as well. Lane didn't start like he was going to be a hero, and he ended up scoring his maiden first-class half-century.
I like this though, bringing in that fielder on the cover boundary into the circle, just trying to add to the pressure on Thorne. Bishop really looking to get to the other end as well.
Yeah, he knows it's only a matter of time. And he would maybe fancy himself against the wrist spinner. One fielder out, and that's the fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary. Mid on, mid off, no slip.
Deep square.
Man on the 45, short mid wicket. Backward point, cover. Mid on and mid off, very close. So Thorne has to think about it.
That's
goes big.
Hit.
That's a lovely cricket shot by Thorne.
Lovely cricket shot indeed, but it's a bit too easy from an Irish perspective, especially as you said, mid off and mid on, as close as they are. And a ball that's full of length. All Thorne has to do is make good contact. Big, strong guy.
Yeah, he's 19 years old, Mally. And growing. 393 for 9. The lead is 180. Ireland, they're allowing this game to run away from them.
I think it was Joel I was on with at the time who was making a point of maybe wanting to bowl more to Joshua Bishop because of the chances of taking a wicket being increased because of the way he was going about playing. But I also mentioned to Joel that at the same time, a player playing in this form could take the game away from you very quickly as well. I think the Irish just took them a bit too long to recognize the situation.
And to impress more on that point that you made, Mally, while they were taking their eyes off Joshua Bishop, he just grew in confidence.
Exactly. I think probably bowled a bit too straight to him to begin with. Should try and drag him across. Hasn't shown that immense power that we've seen to the onside through that offside. And I'm sure that's something the coaches and the backroom staff are definitely having a chat to their team about, just in terms of the tactics, how to counteract.
What do you do here now? You give Thorne should Thorne take the single if it's available?
Well, I'm not taking it if it's available, but you see what they're trying to do. They're trying to entice him into that.
So over completed. It's a cat and mouse game taking place here. And Kevlin Anderson 79, Joshua Bishop 86, Teddy Bishop 90, 93, 59. It's almost like we're playing poker, wondering who's going to get to the 100.
Yeah.
The high score is 93.
Still yet to have 100 in this match.
Yeah.
Cummins 93, Bishop 90. Teddy, that is. Joshua Bishop 86. 61 deliveries. Things looked also different about an hour ago or so.
Yeah, we would have been thinking that by now that the Irish should have been batting. Instead, they're running to Hurricane Joshua Bishop.
Swashbuckling a hurricane. Joshua Bishop, indeed.
And it's pretty strange to have a hurricane coming in November going into Christmas.
Just having a chat there to his batting partner.
Yeah. He backs himself. He's maybe eyeing this 100.
Back with 9 fielders on the boundary here again. And that's not enough. Bam! Dead straight, that one from Josh Bishop. Another 6, taking him to 92 now. Got the length that he wanted and mullered it straight. So showing this power that's he's been showing here today. It's quite special indeed, Bernard.
399 for 9.
Just one away from 400.
This is a different Joshua Bishop.
And that's the area there. Just wider of that off stump. Yeah. Out of that wheelhouse.
Yeah.
It's taking them a bit too long to recognize this.
He's not played a lot of balls on the offside.
Not many. I can think of one scoring shot, really, when I was on. And that's another one. Huge!
On top of the roof. 6 more to Joshua Bishop. He's 98, 400 up for the West Indies Academy. Joshua Bishop, Hurricane Joshua Bishop, is on fire here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Everyone, no one is moving from their seat in the West Indies dressing room. The cameras come out, everybody's on edge. And they're just waiting for that celebration. Even the groundsmen, they've gotten up and recognized that this is a special moment. 98 to Bishop. Here he goes. Hard. He pushes it hard. He's thinking for 100. Joshua Bishop is coming back for it. 100 to Joshua Bishop. A maiden first class century. What a knock by the young man. 65 balls, 9 fours, and 8 sixes. What a knock.
And you can tell by that celebration just how happy the young man is with that performance. Special, special knock indeed. Came to the crease when the West Indies Academy were under a bit of pressure.
Even the visitor just above us there is going from the VC Bird International there, but it is back. I had to even applaud that one there. 100 to Bishop. I was going to ask him, Ali, if he's never made 100 before, but he now has completed that task, so he knows what it's going to be like.
Especially in a first-class game. And he's away again. Another single to Joshua Bishop. And some of the shots that he's played today, especially through that onside, he's hit the ball so clean as well. Stayed within his zone, played to his strength, hit the ball into his strong areas. And this field at the CCG definitely hasn't been big enough for him here today.
The partnership is already 23 and growing. Oh. Thorne decided that he wanted to have a go as well.
Yeah, tossed up outside that off stump. Can't fault the young man.
Just above the eye line. You'd certainly want to have a go at that one. So, what happens now, Mali? 408 for 9, 96 overs bowled, and the Irish, they look deflated.
They do. And I think at some point the West Indies, we'll be looking to get the Irish in this evening for a little burst, maybe for a half an hour or so. We all know how tricky those time periods can be, especially for openers to negotiate.
20 overs remaining. So you maybe want to give them a 10 overs?
Me personally, with Josh Bishop
already
on 100,
I would declare.
I'd probably be looking to pull out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Give your bowlers at least 15 overs or so at the Irish, because it's not far. It's a stage of the game where the Irish can't really go anywhere.
The lead is 195, so they might be thinking about getting over 200.
They would just be in survival mode almost, which would play into the hands of the Irish Academy. Once again, playing and missing outside that off stump.
And sometimes you want to send a statement also to the Ireland team. Say, hey, we've declared our innings.
And we're pushing for a win as well. And confident. Send the right messages. Not sure what happened there. Went for a quicker delivery, it looked like, from Gavin Howie.
And he took his time and just opened the face of the bat. He was watching that right onto his bat. But he's seen the ball so big that he could do anything, Joshua Bishop.
Not sure if that was a seam up. I'd love to see that one again.
We get Jason to pull that one up for us. Replay.
Yeah, went for a quicker delivery there. Seam up style almost.
Torn. It's 4. He's not looking at the ball. He's just swinging. He's got to look at the ball.
Just a hint of turn from that one, though.
Yeah, that's why he's got to look at it, because his head was all the way over in the Cricket West Indies headquarters area.
Which also should be, and Joshua Bishop being the spinner that he is, he should be taking heart from seeing a bit of turn here late on day 2.
Yeah. Well, Kadeem Phillip is the one who produced this track, right? So he did indicate that it's going to be best for batting on day 2. We've seen 100.
And he's out.
Is that bowling caught, is he?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
So the West Indies Academy innings ends at 409 with a lead of 196. Joshua Bishop bringing up his maiden first-class 100. And what an innings it was as well. 102 not out from 68 deliveries. Take a bow, young man.
And he receives congratulations from a number of the teammates. He certainly has batted well. Matthew Foster is the last to come across and congratulate him on all of the teammates. So, in the end, 409 all of 96.4 was a lead of 196 runs. And I would say we have a serious game on here. They're going to take 2 overs out of that, Mali, so they might get what?
17, 18 or so?
17, 18 overs within the process. Folks, we certainly have to get a cool down here. Powdy's a cool down, because Joshua Bishop has just produced a stunning knock here.
Scorcher, as you call it.
Yes, he receives a standing ovation, and this 100, he'll remember his first for a very, 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 very long time. Took the game completely away from the Irish. They now have to go in and come back out and have to face at least 17 overs. The max, and it's going to be a tricky period of time. Well played, young man. 409 all out, 96.4 overs bowled. We take a Powdy's water break, and we'll be back.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the place for lovely cricket here in Antigua Barbuda at the home of Cricket West Indies. And our image may be showing that the groundsmen are rolling, but they're rolling for a purpose. Trying to get the surface extra smooth because the Irishmen find themselves in a situation where they will be trailing by 196 runs after a strong and very powerful response from the West Indies Cricket Academy. And Terry, how well they batted. Joshua Bishop got to his maiden first-class 100. Johan Lane down the order, coming in at number 10, getting his half-century. And much compliments to these youngsters who have shown exactly the part that ought to be trod if we're going to see a resurgence, not just at the first-class level, but at the higher level.
Most definitely, Seth. Good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Brilliant partnership that by Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane yielded some 84 runs for the 9th wicket, and they took the game away from the Irish boys, who must be a little shell-shocked to say the least, Seth, and won't be looking forward to this little period of play. We've got 17 overs remaining in the day's play, light permitting. A very tricky session here for the Irish boys to try and bat it out and stay in the match.
Well, it's an ideal situation for the West Indies Academy and Captain Naeem Young. He has Johan Lane ready, and 2 slips for Johan Lane, and James McCollum is ready to face. He is partnered by Stephen Doheny. Doheny is in fact facing. Yes, he is the man in the mirror at the moment. Good start by Lane. Just in that corridor of uncertainty. Doheny looked at it. Didn't really play. Lane sparked well with his half-century. How much that can inspire him
Most
to
definitely.
another good bowling performance.
Yeah, most definitely. Be full of confidence, raring to go. I'd give him another slip though. 196 lead, Seth.
Yes, I agree. He ought not to be starved of that. That would be important to enforce, perhaps. No need at this moment to worry about the back of the square or the fine leg on the boundary. I would really bring him in and insert a third slip.
I even have somebody in his pocket at short leg as well.
Yes, apply pressure early. 17 overs to face today. We have to ask for many things because the youngsters, the adrenaline, it's flowing on the stumps this time.
Well played.
They must be so excited here. Scored 409 of 96.5 overs.
Yeah, they were always going at a good clip, but to score 400 is fantastic achievement, and especially the lower order. And Ireland thought they were back in the match.
Yes, and it was all because mainly Joshua Bishop stood up, batted really well, 102 from 70 deliveries, 9 fours and 8 sixes, really announcing himself in this game. We know what he can do with the ball. Left arm orthodox, really troubling batters, but this time it's his batting, and he came in at a critical time when the academy was sliding. Really batted well.
It's funny how the game of cricket goes, isn't it, Seth? He's normally amongst the wicket takers or the chief wicket taker, and he didn't take a wicket and comes out and blazes with an unbeaten century.
That is why
there you go.
Speak about those all-rounders, don't.
That's why it's the best sport in the world.
Yes, cricket. Johan Lane, he got his 50. He got 56 from 50 balls. 6 fours and 3 sixes. At one stage, it looked as though Bishop was going to shield him. At one stage, they were bringing the field in and out, and then he took charge. This time, he's trying to take charge with the ball. But the Herney is correctly forward, and a maiden over to start. It is all zeros on the board. The lead still remain 196, Terry.
Yes, and a good start there by Johan Lane. Right on the money to begin with. Well defended though by the Irish captain in Stephen Doheny. Need to do a lot more of that, him and his troops. If they're going to get out of this one, the Irish. And looks like it'll be captain himself, Naeem Young. Gonna start proceedings from this, the southern or commentary box end here at College.
Yes, he didn't get too many with the bat. In fact, only scored 4. Was dropped 2 deliveries previously, and then he was dismissed. LBW to Fruss.
Offering no stroke.
One of Fruss's 4 wickets. But also helping the cause, Kevlin Anderson, 79, and Teddy Bishop getting among the runs. First delivery, not a good one. From the West Indies Academy captain, drilled down the ground, the diving mid-on fielder. Ooh, looked as though he's favoring
Full
left leg.
Full length delivery.
Ashmead Ned.
Just running a slight niggle out by the look of it, but a full length delivery there by Naeem Young, a real loosener. Dispatched very nicely down the ground by McCollum to get himself going. And the Irish in the second innings.
Pretty much a sound platform to build on for the academy. It's good to see the team scoring over 400 on first innings.
Excellent. Plan would have been to back the day, which basically they did.
Yes, bearing in mind that they started the innings yesterday.
Strengthening the offside, he brought the mid-wicket to a mid-off. He's got a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And then bowls it down the leg side, Seth.
Yes, up to bowl it on the body, going down leg, and it was not very difficult at all. We see that over the wicket, just angling down leg and easily tucked off the hips. Nicely for 4, and both batters are on the way. In fact,
still McCollum accepted 2 gifts, put them both away.
That's correct. This time he reads the line well. Better comeback delivery though.
Yes, that's the line he's looking for. Predominant offside field. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. On the onside he's just got the mid-wicket and the fine leg, who's very wide. He's more of a backward square leg.
It'll be interesting to see the approach by the Irish. You've already seen 2 fours in this over. On the pads. Was shaping to play. Yes. Down the onside, Terry, but that one held upon him, and as though it was coming across him, took the outer half of the bat. On the ground to the slip, to the gully fielder.
1 bounce to the gully. I'd still like to see that 3rd slip in place though.
Yes, we have been speaking about that. I think regardless that the captain may think he's not as pacey as Lane, I think the situation demands that 3rd slip. Good delivery this time. It holds its own, just about fifth stump. And that completes the over. 8 runs from the over. It's 8 without loss.
It's pretty ordinary over there by Captain Naeem Young. You look to correct that. Couldn't get his line consistently right, on or about off stump. Cullum made him pay with 2 loose deliveries that he hit to the boundary, so they're up and running, the Irish. Big deficit though, 196 is no joke.
No joke
as
at all.
far as the lead is concerned.
When they have, what, another 15 overs for the day's play. Lane. He's going down the right lane.
He is. He is.
Had a maiden to start with. He must be saying, I'm having a dream game. By nature, when we saw him getting his 5-4 for the academy in the Tri-Series, then he had to leave because of the untimely passing of his mom. Has gotten more opportunities, and he's using this one to show that he has all-round capabilities. Another one going down the gully region, between gully and backward point.
Ground still bathed in sunshine, so we should
Yes.
get these remaining overs in.
And then you expect the spinners may come on later. You'd have seen Thorne. Any thoughts of him opening the bowling in this, the second innings? Oh, lovely. Lovely. He showed him the full face of the bat. Played it with economy of movement and just with an angle. Look at this, just coming across and just playing that. Excellent in timing.
Yeah, played it nice and late under the eyes. Stroked it beautifully through the covers to get himself going, Doheny. Yes, I was impressed, very impressed with Isaiah Thorne. I thought he was the pick of the West Indies bowlers in that first innings. He picked up the figures with late wickets. But in answer to your question, Seth, yes, I would have given him the new ball for sure. Very athletic run-up, very rhythmical run-up. He looks the part.
Strongly built lad. So a combination there with I thought I would love with Lane and himself coming through. I didn't get the opportunity to see him in the first innings. But he's a young prospect from Guyana.
Yeah, most definitely. And speaking with Ambi after that English tour that they went on, apparently he's a real student of the game. He's asking a lot of questions and sitting down with Sir Cutley Ambrose.
And that's important.
Exactly. That's what you want.
He can still develop, so looks good.
Yeah, he's only
Himself
19.
and Lane as part of this setup. Over comes to an end. Terry 12 without loss. Herney got off the mark in this over. That would be good for his confidence as he has spent so much time behind the wicket.
Yes, quite a solid start for the Irish so far. So one ball peeling off the outside edge, dropping in front of Gully. Apart from that though, they've looked quite solid. But I think that's the difference between the two teams too, apart from the batting that hasn't really come off on this tour for the Irish. But just with their bowling attack, they just lack that one more Foster, if you like, you know, that can really do something with the ball and maintain a good line and length, bowl for long periods. I felt that was lacking a bit
Yes, clearly. In fact, at one point I remember our colleagues who were commentating mentioned they were looking for 5-4 from either Foster or, but that didn't
Or
happen.
Frost, yeah.
Or
Mm,
Frost.
mm.
The two Fs, they were really giving the Irish that cutting edge. But thereafter, Joshua Bishop spoiled the party. And as you do mention, if they had another cutting edge bowler,
Yes, yeah,
it could have been West Indies all out for 250.
yeah. Yeah, exactly, Seth, because I think we were saying when we were on commentary together last, the scores of the innings were about the same, 170 odd for 3.
That's right.
Ireland collapsed, losing 7 for 40 odd, whereas West Indies were able to keep going. And I think Joshua Bishop surprised them all, and they didn't have an answer to him.
Better delivery right on line again for the second time.
But
This
also,
one.
sorry, sir.
Yeah, this one was better, angling in full right up, but well played in the end.
But also, you know, you're out in the hot sun all day, maintaining those lines and lengths. You can't question the effort the Irish boys put in.
Yes,
It was a
they did.
long day, though.
Much credit to Joshua Bishop. Well, both Bishops really showed up with the bat, because
Yes,
Teddy
yeah.
Bishop played the leading charge initially, stabilized things for the West Indies Academy, and also looked at one stage as though he was heading for 100 just before lunch. Thought he got tricked or trapped in that lunch mindset, also in that mindset of being 90,
Yep.
going towards the 100, and he got a nice in-swinging Yorker, which he played over and I thought around. And unfortunately, he didn't get 100. The young Grenadian, tall, slender batter, I think, has a long way to go and will go a long way. I think he's got to go far.
Yeah, but that was the partnership, though, wasn't it, that really set the innings up for the West Indies Academy between
That's right.
him and Kevlin Anderson. 152, I think it was, for the
Yes.
third wicket. Excellent partnership, and they came in with scores. West Indies Academy in trouble, 11 for 2.
Oh, that's a good one. Had him searching a bit, playing inside the line. Foot over. Oh, this the second innings. The Irish completed 12 without loss.
Yeah, much better over that by Naeem Young. The right
Let's
line
look at this
that he's looking
delivery
for.
again. Searching for that fifth stump line, and yes.
He'll say he didn't play it, but he played,
Played
it.
it.
Seth, yes.
Played inside.
Yes.
So good performance by the West Indies Academy batters. 3 getting half centuries, and you could say big half centuries, and the 1 getting the 100.
Slightly uppish there on the front foot, Doheny. Not a bad bat, this guy, though.
No, he's not. Pretty solid. Gets behind it. But he would have to tough it out. He would have to fight it out. It's a good thing to be a good batter. But now is the time to execute.
Strengthening the offside again, taking the mid-wicket into a short extra cover. And obviously doesn't run from responsibility. Captain of the team, wicket keeper and opening bat.
I'm telling you, it's quite a lot. And you see during that time when Joshua Bishop took charge of the innings, he was running from end to end, basically trying to have a discussion with the bowler, running back to the end and trying to direct the field. Quite a huge responsibility on his shoulders. His best answer would be a good knock in this, the second innings.
Yeah, but he's got a big chance here to set the tone of the innings for his side. need to bat time you would expect. There's still a lot of time left in this match. The 2 days after today.
That's right. By the end of the day, you'd get a sense whether the predictions of West Indies batting once would be on card, because if they can see through the night, at least without losing any wicket, it would keep us guessing. But I believe if they lose at least 2 wickets this evening, it could be on card for them to be bowled out.
Yes, for sure. Ideally, West Indies Academy would be looking for 2, 3 would be a bonus. And the flip side of that for the Irish boys, as you say, Seth, to see these remaining overs through tonight, go in no wickets down or maybe just 1 down, give themselves every opportunity tomorrow to come back and build up a decent second innings. But it's a long way behind. When you're almost 200 runs behind on the first innings, your back is certainly up against the wall.
Well, good fielding.
Oh, excellent.
Chance for a run out, Kevlin Anderson. And he must be, well, he's a live wire in the field, but he's excited. I think he was buoyed by his half century coming into this game fast-tracked after he was unable to get the visa to facilitate his flight to South Africa with the A team. And Jordan Johnson, the man who sparked life into the team, the man of the match in the second one-day game. The young 19-year-old, 18-year-old Jamaican has sped down to South Africa and will be preparing for the Under-19 World Cup while he plays with the A team. What an opportunity both ways.
Absolutely.
It's really good that Anderson didn't have to sit around and moan over that, but could be quickly sent into this team. It means that something is working right.
Definitely. And as far as Johnson is concerned, he's got experience under his belt in
South Africa.
South Africa.
That's right. Today we spoke to young Joel Andrew, the West Indies Under-19 wicketkeeper bat, 17-year-old, immense talent. Future looks bright. Naeem Young down the leg side once again on the pads. Giving it away here. Cannot afford to give them the opportunity to release the stranglehold. I think he's struggling with his line.
Yeah, he's just not getting it right, especially when he's bowling to a 7-2 offside field. He does not want to be anywhere near those pads. But just getting back to Kevlin Anderson fielding that last ball, apart from the fact he was very quick, very agile to the ball, a pleasure to see that he stayed on his 2 feet. I find a lot of players these days, the modern game, as they say, dive too much.
Diving around unnecessarily.
Exactly.
And as you say, he stayed on his feet. He held his balance and was able to effect a throw.
Right.
Which could have easily been a direct hit.
Yeah.
So, that's the approach to fielding. You also look at that on the wicket, keep inside, where sometimes excessive diving rather than the use of the feet. Moving left, moving right, moving backward, moving forward.
Again, he's into the pads. Is Young. Easy single Doheny into the mid-wicket region. He moves on to 8. They're both on 8. Him and McCollum, 16 without loss.
To add to all the cricket played around the world, what we had today, Australia and India again. These two are still at themselves, but is it a T20 version? India scoring a mammoth 234. Australia not getting home. So quite a contest between those two. Two teams, I think, at the top of world cricket. Wrapped on the pad. This
close.
Given by the umpire. Naeem Young is delighted. The captain is celebrating. And I guess he must be saying, I've been working hard at something towards the pad, but this one was straight.
It was gun barrel straight, and there was not too much doubt about that.
You can't argue.
No.
The umpire
We're right behind the bowler's army here.
would be justified with that decision.
Good wicket. So first one for West Indies Academy, picked up by skipper Naeem Young.
McCollum goes. And he's not delighted to walk after you'd have been on the field and seen other batters. One scoring 103 with half centuries, then you're at the top of the innings and you take a walk out for 4. Certainly not what was expected here. But in comes Cade Carmichael.
Yes, and this was the partnership that resurrected the Irish boys' first innings between himself and the captain Doheny. Just getting back to what you were talking about, the T20 series, it takes a bit of the gloss off. You just played a 6-week World Cup, and now you're playing each other again.
That's. But I guess some of the teams are not pretty much the same in terms of personnel. You look at the Indian setup, the Ishan Kishan getting that, similar. Other younger players getting the opportunity, Sky getting the opportunity to lead. So some of the dynamics may be different, but I do understand in terms of the spectator value. Well, in India, they will play any time.
Yeah, you can play marbles and they turn up.
But at the same time, I get what you're speaking about. After the World Cup, you would expect a little lull in terms of the international side of things. But they are the leaders in the game. Oh, good delivery from Young.
Well played, though.
Yes, picked it nicely to get off the mark, Carmichael. So, and especially with Australia beating India in the final of the World Cup. They're at it, but that signals the start for another World Cup, Terry, in 6 months' time.
Exactly.
5 months' time, we're
right
here with the T20 World Cup. USA also gets an open chance as co-host. Good delivery again from Naeem Young. Carmichael defends well. 18 for 1, a successful over for Naeem Young. He has 1 for 13, and it is 18 for 1.
Yes, and I believe President Dr. Kishore Shello was in Florida a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, and
checking things out and everything.
Seem to have also gotten some good networks going.
Networks going, bit of
from the report.
Yeah, bit of business taken care of,
which is important,
and a great opportunity for everyone in the region, really.
Yeah,
to
close analysis of West Indies. This is forward thinking because
yes,
close analysis of West Indies cricket, not to decry anything of the past. Good delivery.
But that's
Peach of a delivery.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. A bit set, and as far as West Indies cricket is concerned, more camps are needed, more matches.
Lovely delivery from
excellent delivery. More camps needed, and more games being played, and everything like that. But of course, it all comes back to the dollar.
And for me, it is okay. We have a solid setup. The under 19s being in Trinidad now, they're preparing. Good delivery, good line. The academy in action here. The A team in action in South Africa. Though you may not have all the camps you want, at least you provide the setup.
Exactly.
But it's up to now the technical staff from within the system. That system, the connecting the teams up to the top, to be doing work, to be doing some background work, to be selecting players.
But also said the thing that I have a problem with, it cannot be all up to CWI.
Exactly, and that's where I'm coming.
And not only just the territorial boards, but because you remember in the heyday, right? We all had a job. All the economies turned over. The place was booming. So why can't the governments of today step in, right? The private sector step in. We talk about Jamaican cricket, how it's slumped and everything. You remember years ago when they had that concrete company looking after their first class. Right. You know, things like that.
But I'm going to make a point here that I think is missing. At the time when West Indies were dominating, we were dominating on the field of play, but somehow we weren't dominating in the boardroom.
Right.
The influence of our West Indies cricket had benefited everybody, the whole world.
Right. And everybody just took advantage of it.
So the India cricket now, they're dominating with population-wide TV rights, and they're dominating in the boardroom.
But I've said this before also, said. You hear Australia talk about, you hear England talk about, you hear South Africa talk about, the world needs a strong West Indies. Well,
what are they doing?
Right,
That's the point.
because especially Australia, but England also
benefited significantly from those 5 and 6 test series and beyond that.
So what is wrong with saying that when they're having their BBL or they're having their franchise cricket leagues or whatever, they take 2% and donate it to West Indies cricket? What's wrong with that? You know what I mean?
So you're striking some nails, and the point exactly is what I was looking at. It may not be. It's still 18 for 1, a good maiden over from Johan Lane. But beyond that, to bring it to the fore, Terry, we're not asking for handouts.
Right.
We're satisfied that we have competent persons in the boardroom now. I'm not saying they weren't in the past, but a better structure, a more inclusive system. We see a better machinery in terms of the generation of players. Because in the old days, it was just up to what you call the territorial boards and their players. A little bit of A team or B team. Now we have those systems in place, but not as much of the finance. And the point is, because the whole world benefited so much from West Indies cricket, what pathway?
Right.
The goodwill was not considered for that. We are not asking for handouts, but we are saying we paid the dues.
Exactly.
We gave you 6 tests, 5 tests, plus all the county or the territorial games in a series, and you were sold the stardom, driving the TV rights. At that time, we may not have been dominated in the boardroom, but some consideration, greater consideration, needs to be given, because we are not sitting back. It is clear what I have seen over the past 4 years in West Indies cricket. From about 2019, you saw the women had the most opportunities with the tours here in the Caribbean, and the women's camp and the youth camp and the academy system getting into play, even when there was not first class cricket, the tri-series. And I'm saying, no, we are seeing this. The output is money. We need the input to support that system.
Exactly.
Why the delivery from young? Just want to focus, but it's all about cricket. So at the time, you see now the domination. We're looking at T20 cricket running the world.
And it doesn't even have to be so much finance. I mean, Desi Haynes was talking the other day that we should be able to have under 19, under 23, under 24, whatever, tour a year, each territory. Other countries can help with that. Invite us.
Good delivery, Young. Give it again.
Got him.
Number 2, a double strike from the West Indies captain within the last 2 overs. Young gets his man. He was really aiming there, right
just
between mid and leg, straightened. And Naeem Young with his second wicket, pushing the emerging Ireland's back. It is 18 for 2, Terry. Carmichael walks back, and the West Indies are really storming their way to a potential victory by the 3rd day.
Most definitely. A 2-1 victory.
Disappointing.
Death knell is starting to toll.
Disappointing for Carmichael. Didn't have the best of series in the 3-match one-day series. Now
Yeah, he got the half century in the first innings, but threw it away with a
Yes.
loose shot from a loose ball, and Young has picked him up again.
But this man
Much
who is
better
coming
delivery.
in, he is the man who can
He's been the man.
do, a lot of things. Mally Richards comes in beside, to replace me, and Mally is struggling under the coal. Imagine.
It's freezing in here, Terry.
It is.
Jeez.
Absolutely.
Batter. Right hand wrong.
Gonna have a double change.
Go bit.
I replace Seth Burton and Joe Manning joins me, replacing Terry Laraji. But Naeem Young really leading from the front with the ball here. Seems to have really learnt from that first innings. And he's hit his areas absolutely superb here. Set the Irish back 18 for 2. Looking for more.
I remember saying earlier, Mally, with regards to when we were discussing the bowling side of things with regards to Ireland, there's rewards for bowling fuller. That's exactly what Naeem Young has done, especially on this track where you see that when you pitch it back, there's nothing there. Get the ball up, get batters coming forward, challenge those pads, challenge the outside edge, do what you can, and Naeem Young has picked up 2 fantastic wickets for his side here so far.
Especially with the new ball in hand. It was Isaiah Thorne who took the new ball from this media centre end in the first innings, but it's Young here. Once again, full, not afraid to be driven, Joel. At the risk of being driven, he's giving the ball every opportunity to swing.
Yeah, he certainly is. Just getting it up there, allowing it to do whatever it decides to do. That's not to say he's not in control, because he certainly is in control, especially looking at those LBWs. That's what we've come to know from Naeem Young over the time that we've seen him play cricket, whether or not it's been in the longer format or in the shorter format of the game. Usually is very wicket to wicket and is very effective, especially on wickets that started to keep it a little low as well.
Murray Cummins, the standout batter for the Irish on this tour so far. He's got 100 in that first one-day match. Fell 7 short in the first innings. He's here with Stephen Doheny. He's on 8. And they'll just be hoping to see the Irish through to the end of play. Full again from Young.
Over.
Good over again, though. A successful one. Irish Academy, 18 for 2. Coming into this innings, Irish Academy, West Indies Academy had a lead of 196. Mainly down to that swashbuckling innings from Joshua Bishop. It's Lane. Driven. And driven sweetly through the covers there. Giving the ball every opportunity to swing, but just over pitching on that occasion. And Doheny playing a classic cover drive. He moves to 12.
Yeah, not just the overpitching, but the amount of width that he gave him outside of that off stump as well. Just had to lean into it and did just that. The song of the bat was brilliant, and a welcome boundary for the captain. He'll be hoping for many more of those. Probably not this evening, but certainly in this second innings for emerging Ireland.
As much as you don't want to bowl too short here, you also pay when you go too full. You You've got to find that right length, especially the tall man lane. That looked like a catch that went down. Nandu there, probably motioning to Lane that the sun was probably in his eyes. Lane very disappointed with that drop. It was hit quite hard, but Nandu didn't seem to pick it up.
Yeah, almost a bit of evasive action it looked like on first glance. And once again, getting it up there and driving away from the body. This time, though, it was uppish. And what should have been a regulation chance has been put down by Nandu. You see him gesturing there, not seeing it on the screens, but here live, you're seeing him gesturing towards the sun. That was his challenge in picking up that particular ball. Sun actually getting quite low here as it begins to set.
That's it
as well.
I think he just caught him at an awkward height. It was hit at an awkward height for Matthew Nandu.
Still counts as a drop though, Matt.
Definitely. I think he should have caught it, to be honest. I mean, sun or sun not, you got to take these catches.
It is Sunday, Mally.
Yeah, you got the sunglasses on as well. To be fair to the young man, definitely should be taken at this level though.
Once again though, reward for bowling full.
Full, yes.
Or rather bowling fuller.
Fuller. Even at the risk of being driven. Solid from Cummins. Previous over, so Isaiah Thorne just getting a bit loose. I don't think anyone's getting the ball from Naeem Young from this media center end, so I think most of the rotations will be going on from the CIU road lane again. The end of another lane over there. Just trying to get a look of how many overs remaining in the day's play. Looks like 8. 7 on the scoreboard. 8, as I'm corrected. 8 remaining, 9 bowled. Shadows now just coming across the CCG here as the sun sets. West Indies Academy be hoping for at least 1 or 2 more. Oh, that's a beauty. Just a hint of shape away from the right-handed Doheny. Especially with the new ball. How many times have we seen right-handed the ball go past the edge of the right-handed batters? Think back to Teddy Bishop when he came to the crease. He was given a torrid time by Matthew Foster with those outswingers. Got through it though. Didn't quite pick up, didn't manage to pick up his maiden first class 100. He played very well for his 90. Young again. It's a bit wider on this occasion. Easy lead for Doheny. Windies Academy will be happy to see the back of Cade Carmichael. Played very well for his half century in the first innings as well. Very good delivery from Naeem Young. Trapping him LBW. Excellent figures for Young. 2 for 13 from his 4.3. And hunting more. He's really hit his straps here with the new ball from this media center end. Hunting wickets. Bit of a strange shot that. Went for a pull, was Doheny. Ended up quite straight past the man at mid-on. It was quite aerial as well. Bit of lack of pace on that short delivery. Maybe just a bit early through that one. Wide again. So in this over, maybe not quite as threatening. Naeem Young, maybe just a bit too wide outside that off stump. But it hasn't really hurt Naeem Young. Batter's not really looking to be ultra aggressive at this stage of play. Just allowing the ball to go through to the wicket keeper. Beats him, bit closer this time. Beats that outside edge. Good end to that over. Ireland Academy, 27 for 2.
Yeah, another fantastic delivery there from him. Good length, good line. Just a touch outside of that off stump. Drawing Doheny into almost committing to a shot. But thankfully held its line and missed that outside edge. 27 for 2 after 10. Similar position to what would have been the first innings for Emerging Ireland's Murray Cummins. He was there in the first innings. Stephen Doheny. He's now here in the second, and two of the more, if not most, experienced campaigners
in this batting lineup for sure. These be the two oldest in the Irish squad as well. I think 26 and 25, if I'm not mistaken. The elder statesman in this Irish Academy setup. Ned though, pretty surprised actually to see Ashmead Ned brought into the attack at this stage. Oh, it's James McCullum actually, the eldest member of this Irish Academy at 28.
Like it dead, yeah. It might blink in red. Yeah, like it rain, yeah. Oi, Netster. That pace was good just now. That pace was good just now. That was good, man.
I think with the shadows casting their way over the CCG.
Oi, White Natty.
I'm not sure what I make of this move, to be honest.
White Netster.
Obviously, Joshua Bishop would be a little tired, considering his output with the bat.
Oh, yeah.
More often than not, you tend to see Bishop called into the attack before Ned. In all balls.
Oi,
A good steady over from Ashmead. And an Academy 29 for 2.
Yeah, you might probably say a reward for what he did in that first innings. You're looking at that scorecard and you're not seeing his name there in the wickets
Wicket
column.
column,
But what he did is that he bowled his 14 overs at an economy rate of just 2. Right at 28 runs across that. And I think his spell, or rather spells that he bowled in that first innings, was the primary reason why West Indies Academy were able to run through, I guess, the words here, the back end of the emerging Ireland side, whereby he was plugging away from one end, let go a single here, 2 there at maximum, very few bad balls, and he really stopped the run scoring from one end and allowed his skipper Naeem to come from the other end and pick up the wickets after lunch. So maybe it could be a reward for that. Who knows?
It could be.
Or it could be absolutely none of that.
Or Josh is just a little tired. But also, if you think about it, he should be full of confidence as well. You know, scoring 100 the way he did. Be itching to get that ball in hand as well. Try and make an impact with ball, which is his main suit. Another good delivery, just honing in on that off stump. Good lines, good lengths from Naeem Young. Pretty similar to what we saw from Matthew Foster from this end. Quite testing, bowling that fuller length. The odd occasion just getting the ball to shape away, but on those wickets just getting the ball to angle in to the right-handers. Once again there, just pitched up, but just angled in. Good leave. So good skills from Captain Young on show. I think it was at lunch as well. We were having a chat to Captain Naeem, and he was just remarking on the spell that he would have seen from a Matthew Foster, and just telling us just how impressed he was with that spell. Once again, beating that outside edge. Taking a page out of the book of Foster. You can tell he's a thinking cricketer, Naeem Young. Always ahead of the game.
Well, it was nice to see on that last one from Stephen Doheny, even though he was drawn forward, the bat was very close to that pad. In fact, not actually playing. A couple times you see cricketers just guilty of pushing away.
Yeah, that's where they get into trouble, just letting the hands go away slightly from the body.
Yeah, we think back to the dismissal of Matthew Nandu in that first innings, hands going away from the body, hence the dismissal. You know, had he had his hand tucked in almost,
Just
would have been
play
a case
tighter.
of ball passing through. But it really goes back to the length, especially because it gives you the impression that it's there for you.
Beauty. Lured him into the drive. Maybe didn't bounce quite as much as he anticipated. Right-handed Doheny. But once again, beating that outside edge.
Over.
12 overs bowled, it's 29 for 2.
And I think now with light probably just becoming an issue, it's fair to say we won't see Isaiah Thorne today.
Oh, somebody's birthday. Celebrating 16, sweet 16. Happy birthday to you. I wonder if that is. Well, yeah, it has to be 16. The balloons are at the bottom of the 6. I'm wondering whose birthday. Who is 16?
Well, it's definitely not the one in the white shirt, I'll tell you that. That's the best I could do, Joe. I'm sorry. Ashmead Ned to continue. Actually, no. Is it? Yeah, it is. Ashmead Ned to continue from the CIU road end. Oh, beauty. Beauty indeed. That one just seemed to bemuse Murray Cummins. He has a look at the pitch before he makes his leave, taking the outside edge through to first slip. Massive wicket in the context of things. 3 down for the Irish Academy.
I told you he deserved to be here, Mally. He earned that ball based on how he bowled in that first innings, and now gets one into the wickets column with his name. Fantastic ball, bowling from over the wicket. In fact, sorry, around the wicket to Murray Cummins, and just going on that angle across him. I think that is also where Murray Cummins had the bit of amusement, as you would have mentioned. That ball just drifting across him, not straightening whatsoever, going right across him, drawn in because of the length. Fantastic catch by Teddy Bishop at first slip. 3 wickets down now. It's 29 for 3.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that this ball is only 12 overs old. Still a hard, shiny rock for Ashmead Ned. Not really giving Murray Cummins any time to readjust to that one. Just that extra pace doing him. That drift, as you said, Joe, from around the wicket, just luring him into quite a tentative prod outside the off stump. Something we haven't seen too much from Cummins. It's Morgan topping though. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing as Vernon in the background. Is just mentioning, why not get a silly mid-off in as well? Oh, that's a dicey leave indeed. He survives, but very close to that off stump. He looked quite good in the first innings, did Topping. Played a couple sweet drives through the covers. Managed 17 in that first innings, did Topping. It's been a bit short of runs in this, on this tour. Blessed with another opportunity here to really make an impact for his team. The end of a successful Ashmead Ned over, picking up his first wicket in the match. Ireland Academy at 29 for 3. Yeah, as we did mention, covers the shadows now. Sun's gone. Light just slightly becoming an issue. 2 spinners on. It looks like Joshua Bishop being brought into the attack. The centurion from the first innings. What an innings that was from Joshua Bishop. Should be full of confidence as well for his bowling. Starting to see this wicket just starting to take spin a bit more. Just 3 overs remaining in the day's play. Still only a silly mid-on. You want to get someone in his eye line on that offside as well, especially at this stage of the game. A lead of 170 plus. Still 167 to be exact. That's just drifting down the leg side there. You definitely want the silly mid-off in here. Put pressure on that front foot defense, especially at this stage. Swell ball, really tossed up again from Bishop. Slow through the air on that occasion. Bit quicker. So already in his bag here, Joshua Bishop, going through his, mixing his paces, varying his pace. Once again, honing in on that front pad, but you do want to see a silly mid-off in there. End of what proved to be a maiden for Josh Bishop. 29 for 3 the score.
Yeah, good start for him on the back of that 100 that he got I was going to say a couple minutes ago, but quite a few minutes
Feels that way.
ago. What I can tell you is that the 100 came up in minutes, just based on the amount of shots that he was playing. But certainly it was some very clean ball striking from the young man. You probably tell yourself, given the late at the moment, given that there are 3 overs left in day's play,
Yeah.
they'll be bowled by the 2 left-arm spinners. So Ned will get 2, Bishop will get 1.
I think there was just a call made. It looks like there was a call made to the dressing room for another helmet here. Looking to stick another man in. So this is all part of the development, though. You want these young players to recognize the situation a bit quicker. Understand the stage of the game that they're in. All out attack on this Irish Academy team, who's really just in survival mode. Changes his line of attack now. Actually, no. Looks like he's going to come between umpire Chris Taylor, stay over the wicket. Finally. Looks like it's going to be Kevin Wickham who's going to go into short leg. Matthew Nandu goes over to silly mid-off. Ooh, turn. Turn. Big turn to end that over. Another steady one from Ashmead Ned. 29 for 3.
There's 2 overs left now on day number 2 of this first 4-day encounter between West Indies Academy and Emerging Ireland.
West Indies Academy will be hoping for one more. Obviously, you want more than one, but I think possibly the next wicket could spell the end of play. Be hoping to take another one in with them. It's a bit easy for Doheny, just rocking back on that back foot. Oh, he's dropped, it seems. Based on the reaction of the players around, that's a chance gone down. Colin Bowen took it. There was the opportunity. Seemed to come up a bit too quickly there. Didn't stay down. Did tuck it. Chance goes a begging. This one coming back in to Stephen Doheny. So real test here. Threatening the outside edge. Threatening that front foot defence as well. Putting pressure on that front foot defence. And if you notice, Vern, since that silly mid-off has come in, Doheny has been quite reluctant to plop onto that front foot. Mainly just looking to hang back now. That's the effect that a fielding position such as that can have. This time comes forward quite comfortably, bat in front of the pad. Just the 1 over remaining. Another maiden, I think the third maiden in a row now, between this pair of orthodox left arm spinners. Just 1 over remaining. 6 deliveries. Can Morgan Topping survive? Considering how short he's been of runs, you want to see all out attack here.
A full moon tonight. You did not just hold, Mally.
Said a full moon. The beast is coming out.
Yeah, just 5 deliveries now to negotiate and navigate from Morgan Topping.
I don't know if they told you, Joe, I'm a bit of a lone wolf, you know.
4 deliveries left of Mali's commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably going to expect that is going to be it there in terms of the approach from Morgan Topping. Just simply block it out, get himself to the sunshine tomorrow and try again. Getting even more fielders in there now. Man goes in at...
You've perked up.
Almost a second slip, but more so a gully almost there. Junior Sinclair on the field at the moment. So the final delivery of the day, thrown around, it will be for Ashmead Ned. And that is as close as it gets. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is Stumps on day number 2. Emerging Ireland 29 for 3 after West Indies Academy posted 409 all out in reply to what was the first innings target, or a total of 213 by Emerging Ireland. They were led with the bat of Joshua Bishop, who scored his first class 100. He certainly will head into the dressing room smiling this evening. So all in all, it's been a fantastic day number 2 of cricket action. We look forward to tomorrow right here at Coolidge. 10 a.m. is when we'll be back. Until then, have a wonderful evening.